every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness, brilliant.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
Today marks the start of the Labour Party conference in Liverpool.
Good morning to you. It's 6 o'clock on Sunday, the 25th of September. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
And we're live across the whole of the UK on both your TV and your radio. Wherever you are, you can take us with you. So here are the top stories this morning.
Sir Keir Starmer will set out his plans to make the UK a world-leading clean energy superpower. The opening day of the Labour Party conference will also see neighbourhood policing and family healthcare on the agenda.
More than 700 people have been detained across Russia during the latest protests against the country's military draft. A new law signed by Vladimir Putin says Russian troops who refuse to fight in Ukraine now face a jail sentence of up to 10 years.
And the Palace has released the first picture of Queen Elizabeth's final resting place in St George's Chapel. The late Queen's name is inscribed on the black slab with those of her father, her mother and her husband.
Still can't get over it. Still can't quite accept it. How do you feel about that? Anyway, we've got lots to talk about today. And of course, you can join in any of our discussions by emailing gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Now, I would like to know where you're watching from this morning, because if you're in the northeast, this is a little piece in the Star today. It says Geordies are the most stressed out people in Britain.
Why?
47% of people from the northeast said they feel stressed, anxious and worried almost all of the time. And Geordie lad Gary Herbert said, "I lost my job, my girlfriend dumped me and I'm skint. What's there to be happy about?" But I raise that because I've been a bit down in the dumps the last few days.
You've been a bit down for the last couple of days.
Yeah, I think I'm just tired.
I think you are. Look, I think you know how it is. I think the whole process of grief is exhausting. And to a certain extent, we in this country have been through a whole process of grief and bereavement over the loss of the Queen. And you've, plus on top of that, a lot of people have been working extra hard because of it.
Yeah.
And you have been. So you need a couple of days off, darling.
A few days off this week.
Yeah. You need to put your feet up and properly relax.
I'm going to. I booked a massage for tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what you need, exactly. That's the wise thing.
Well,
And you've got some plants to do some gardening.
Guys, you brought me some plants in
yeah,
today.
and that's very therapeutic.
Yes.
I think
I need.
planting things in the garden and watering them and watching them thrive is incredibly good for you. So that's my tip for today. Yeah. I was also looking through the papers and very, very sad to see there's a lovely tribute. Well, it's not a tribute piece. It's just a lovely human interest story that's in the papers today by Stephen Kinnock, the Labour MP, whose father, of course, is...
Neil.
His mother, Neil, thank you. His father's Neil Kinnock and his mother was Glenys Kinnock. And certainly throughout the 80s and much of the 90s, such huge forces in the world of politics. And very sad to read them saying that Glenys Kinnock has got Alzheimer's and she is sort of fading away in front of them. And it's just heartrending to listen to it or to read it and take it in, because she was such a fighting force, a very feisty lady, very, very strong lady. And they say, you know, nowadays she's in the room, but she's not really. And that's very
It's
sad.
a very cruel thing, is Alzheimer's, isn't it? Very, very cruel.
And you were telling me that she
Oh.
had an effect on you.
Yes, she did. She did. I met her a couple of times, but he was watching her on TV once, and someone said, and so, being Welsh, Glenys,
Yes, very.
how do you wash leeks? And I remember it to this day.
That's an interesting one, because I like leeks. I love making leek and potato soup. Washing them is a nightmare.
Yeah, so it's
Is there-
very easy. It's very easy. So you top and tail them,
Yeah.
and you slice them right down the length.
Yeah.
And then you can wash them from the bottom, under the tap, and you just fold it back. And it washes all the dirt out.
Well, there you go. And that's a typical... Because she's always been a very good cook. And one of her biggest thrills was to bake cakes. And she used to love baking cakes for her grandchildren. And they say she can't do that anymore, and that's one of those things they've seen slide. But that's fascinating about the washing the leeks.
Yeah, so that's how you do it. Wash them from the bottom to the top.
If you've got any great culinary tips like that,
Yes,
do get in touch. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Well, talking of all things to do with the Labour Party, actually today is the opening day of the Labour Party conference in Liverpool. Sir Keir Starmer will lay out landmark plans to make the UK a global green energy superpower by just 2030 if he gets into government.
That's right. I mean, that really is quite soon, isn't it? Labour claim that their energy policy will save UK households £475 a year until 2030, and what's probably more important is create over 200,000 jobs.
Well, let's talk to political commentator and co-founder of Conservatives Against Racism, Albie Amankona. Forgive me.
Get it right after all this while.
6 o'clock in the morning. Look, this is very interesting, because what they're coming up with here is an absolute rebuttal against what we saw in the mini-budget, isn't it? And you wonder how quickly these plans have been thought through to get them into place, to be a very clear challenge to what the government has laid out.
I think the beginning of this Labour conference, for me, is very interesting. I mean, they've always heralded their green credentials more than the Conservative Party. So I'm not sure that this is a plan in response to Liz Truss's mini-budget. But I think the Conservative Party under Liz Truss has moved in a right-wing direction. So there is now clear blue water between the more centrist policies of Labour and the more economically conservative plans of the Conservative Party. I think what's interesting going into this conference, though, is that Labour have been ahead in the polls now for most of the year. So this is the first time in a very long time that some commentators might argue that Labour is entering conference season on the front foot.
I guess you have to ask, though, who's watching a Labour Party conference? Only Labour Party faithful, surely? I mean, the rest of us, most of us, don't watch a party conference, do we?
I would probably argue that most people in the country don't watch party conferences full
At
stop.
all,
They're not that interesting for ordinary people. They are, however, very important for members of the party to really get people excited about the policy agenda that the parties, the Conservative Party, the Lib Dem conference, which was cancelled, or indeed the Labour Party, are going to bring forward. And, of course, we've got a general election in, 2 years' time now. So I think the two major parties, the Labour Party and the Conservative Party, will really be trying to get their base excited and get people excited about their ideas.
What strikes me, again, about all of this, though, is the fact that there does seem to have been a turn of opinion against the green agenda, certainly amongst the older generation who's saying we need to sort out the problems we've got today, first and foremost, and then we'll look at the green agenda. Now, the fact that Labour are taking that on head-on and saying it's the green agenda that will save us is quite an interesting positioning.
I agree, Stephen, completely. I do think that is a risk. I think there has certainly been, since the cost of living crisis and the energy crisis and the energy costs going up, not necessarily a backlash of the green agenda, but a rethinking of priorities, if you will. People probably won't mind so much now about fracking, about North Sea oil exploration. Those policies seem to have been quite popular that the Prime Minister has brought forward. So I think it's interesting that the Labour Party are really staking their entire political fortunes on the green agenda, giving savings to households and also creating 200,000 jobs.
And very much addressing the energy issue. I think we're all now convinced, aren't we, that something should have been done years ago and that the energy security is probably almost top priority, isn't it?
Absolutely, energy security is really important. But one of the things about the mini-budget that the Chancellor, Kwasi Kwarteng, brought out earlier on this week, which actually hasn't received much coverage at all, is, of course, the liberalisation of planning regulations for onshore wind energy. It's got almost no media coverage at all. That is actually also in the Conservatives' mini-budget. So actually, I'm not sure that there is that much difference between the plans of the Labour Party and the Conservative Party. However, the Labour Party are much happier to talk about the green agenda, but the Conservatives are not. But if you actually look at the finer detail of the policies, they're not actually that different.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because there also seems to be you can see the Labour going for a younger market, if you like, the younger voter. And there seems to be that very much a split between Labour going younger, Conservative pitching at their traditional audience.
Yes, that is true, but I would caution the Conservatives at not just looking for that older audience, because the Conservative Party does need to appeal to younger voters to win. And if you look at policies around, I guess, a huge issue for young people, housing, which can be solved through planning reform, we've not really been hearing anything from the Conservatives about that. And that really is, in my opinion, a big risk to the party.
Although, is it the front page of the Sunday Express this morning, the Chancellor has said, you ain't seen nothing yet. They've got more plans in store for the new year.
They do have more plans. And I think one of the things that gives me hope that perhaps this government might be prepared to do something serious about planning and serious about housing is they don't care about being unpopular. And now the issue with planning reform policies is that they are deeply unpopular with the Tory faithful, because people don't want to see, houses being built on the green fields of the home counties, for example. If a government is serious about solving the housing crisis, they will reform planning regulations. It will be unpopular, and then they'll get houses built. Let's see if that actually happens.
OK. Albie, thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting times. And if you were Sir Keir Starmer today, do you start your general election campaign today, or is it just about rallying the faithful?
Oh, I think you start it today.
That's what I would have thought too. Yeah. Be interesting to see what tomorrow's headlines are.
He's on a front foot. He's on a front foot with it all, and the budget, I think, has been mixed. A very mixed response to it all.
Yes, even from Tories.
Yeah.
Very mixed.
Yeah.
Let us know what you think. What do you think, Sir Keir Starmer? What would you do if you were the leader of the opposition at the moment? What would you go for? And will you be at all impressed with his green agenda? Love to hear from you. GBViews at gbnews.uk.
It's going to be interesting to see the detail. If we get much detail, this is the problem, it's getting the detail.
And that's what you don't usually get very much at party conferences.
No.
It's all about whipping up enthusiasm and cheering everybody on. They're not really speaking to us. They're speaking to Labour Party faithful, the sort of people who would watch the conference and maybe go to the conference. Have you ever been to one?
No. Can't imagine anything duller,
I went to one years ago, honestly. Yeah. It's the fringe things that tend to be the most fun.
Yeah.
Like the meetings in bars. There's a lot of parties and all the rest of it.
Bit of a jolly, I think.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
But I suppose if you're running a party, you've got to keep everybody enthused, haven't you?
Well, yeah. Yes, well, I suppose you do, but it's not my idea of how to spend a good weekend, to be perfectly honest.
Not, let alone all week.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
But anyway, now, in the 2019 election, as you know, several constituencies in the North West voted Conservative for the first time in decades.
Workington in Cumbria, Bolton North East in Greater Manchester and Blackpool South in Lancashire, just naming a few there.
Well, North West of England reporter Sophie Reaper has been catching up with the people of Lee to find out what Labour would have to do to win the seat back there.
Today, the annual Labour Party conference will begin in Liverpool.
We're in the middle of a national emergency. People are really scared.
A well-established Labour heartland, Merseyside may be a safe bet for Keir Starmer and his MPs, but what about the rest of the North West? Since 1922, the people here in the constituency of Lee have always voted Labour. Even before that, they voted for the Liberal Party rather than for the Conservatives. However, in 2019, that all changed. With a swing of 12%, the Conservative Party were able to take this constituency right in the Labour heartlands for the very first time. So, what can Labour do to rebuild their red wall here in the north?
I think if they go back to the working person and Labour try and pull through on dealing with the working person and the average person that's in Lee, delivering on what they said they're going to do. And an Excel's twist.
As the owner of a hot yoga studio, Leah's energy bills are forecast to double come the winter. This week, the government announced they were capping the cost of gas and electricity for the next 6 months. But for small businesses, Leah says this isn't enough.
6 months flies by. It gets us over winter, yes, it's a help. But it's getting to the point where you do question whether you're going to survive. It's getting to the point where you think, is it worth it? Keep trying to fight through it.
With over half of small businesses in the UK predicting they will shrink or even fold within the next 12 months, Leah is not alone.
We've had 3 years of a Tory government in Lee. There's been no change. I've not seen any change whatsoever. Sick and tired of people keep going on about it's levelling up. We desperately need something doing, you know what I mean? Not just for ourselves, all the small traders from down country.
So, what would Labour need to do to win back the votes of Lee's constituents?
For me, with any politician, I'd rather they be honest and set goals that are realistic for people.
They need to invest in the town centre. If you go to the high street, so many shops are boarded up or vacant.
I think a lot of people want Labour back in to do for the working class people, and to make changes.
Like many up and down the UK, the people of Lee want a government who can deliver during these hard times. Now, if Labour want to rebuild their red wall here in the north, they'll have to prove themselves brick by brick. Sophie Reaper, GB News.
It's very interesting that, actually. I mean, those ladies in particular who seem very, determined to want Labour back very quickly in a place like Lee. But there must have been... They've had
their taste of conservatism and they don't like it.
But why did they vote Tory in the first place?
Boris?
Was it Boris or was it Brexit? Was it they wanted to get Brexit done?
Actually, if you live in that area, do get in touch and let us know. Yeah, why did you vote Conservative? Was it Boris? Was it Brexit? Oh,
yeah.
and why would you change quickly now?
But the interesting thing is, if it is Brexit, then it's a case of saying, well, they don't think the Labour Party was listening to the national vote, in essence, on all of that. But maybe Labour's learnt from that. Maybe Labour is determined to listen now. These things do change. It's all a big political cycle.
We had a big change. Boris got that massive landslide in the election, didn't he? And how much has that crumbled away now?
But to go from that, of 80-seat majority to losing a general election would be quite something.
With a change of leader.
With a change of leader.
Something else I've found in the papers, and I don't know whether you won't have a view, or you might have, I don't know, because you don't watch The Crown.
I don't watch The Crown, no.
But it's interesting that they are already filming the Diana and Dodie years. And there, for the first time in the Mail we're seeing pictures of what's happening as they film. They're the actors. Yes, that's Diana and Dodie actors there, and they're obviously filming that scene that happened when we first, really, for the first time, saw that Diana and Dodie's romance was real because they were sort of swimming off the yacht.
Yeah.
And everything. So, so the filming goes on. How do you feel about that?
Isn't it interesting? I'm not. I don't want to relive that time. It felt very
painful.
It was really. It was very, very uncomfortable, that whole thing. But, you know.
You still should give it a go.
Yeah, I
think you'd like the first series, definitely, and then you get hooked.
No,
you really do, but there's lots to watch. It's nice when you get hooked onto a TV drama, isn't it? And you realise there's more and more.
Started the Jeffrey Dahmer thing on Netflix
I
last
saw
night.
that. What, is it horrifying? Is it horrible?
It's fascinating.
Is it?
It's fascinating. I couldn't believe he only sort of got caught in 1991.
Yeah.
I thought it was much older than that. Anyway,
it's quite a story.
Quite a story.
Yeah,
horrific,
very interesting.
But they've done it beautifully.
Yeah.
Really interesting.
And if you've got Apple TV, you've got Apple TV.
No.
Oh, you've got to watch Bad Sisters. Absolutely brilliant series. There's one more to come, and I can't wait to see it because I can't figure out how it's going to end. But it's about a family of 5 very, very close Irish sisters. They're living in Ireland, and one of them is married to the most horrible man in the world. I mean, he gaslights her. He's horrible to the other sisters. He delights in doing people down and being horrible. And the other 4 sisters are so worried about the health of the 5th sister who's married to him, they decide they're going to murder him. It's brilliant. It's called Bad Sisters. It is utterly, utterly brilliant. I guess once it's had its premiere on Apple, it'll end up on one of the other streaming channels or something that more people can watch. But it is brilliant. It just shows how difficult it is.
Is it like a dark comedy?
It's a very dark comedy, yeah. Very dark. So at times you're watching, you think, this isn't a comedy at all. And then something happens that shows you it is. Very, very weird, but absolutely brilliant.
Well, there you go. Your favourite TV hits at the moment.
Yeah,
Let
give
us
us
know
a
what you
tip.
Think.
Absolutely. He needs to relax over the next few days. You need to curl up on the sofa and binge on something.
Yes,
yeah.
Very good. Very good. It's 19 minutes past 6. Let's bring you up to date with some of the headlines. The Prime Minister is expected to relax immigration rules as part of plans to boost business growth. Employers have been calling for more migrant workers to be given UK visas because of labour shortages. It comes as a number of migrants crossing the Channel this year illegally passed 32,000.
The Defence Secretary has announced a funding boost of at least £52 billion to grow Britain's military in response to that Russian aggression, of course. Ben Wallace has told the Sunday Telegraph the 3% increase has come after decades of defending against cuts.
The head of one of the country's largest energy suppliers says Ofgem should help bring down bills. Octopus Energy boss Greg Jackson says many customers can't understand why standing charges are so high, regardless of how much energy you use.
People attending health and social care appointments in Scotland will no longer need a weekly COVID test from Wednesday. The decision also applies to health and social care workers, but restrictions for care homes remain in place.
The clean-up operation is underway after Tropical Storm Fiona devastated Canada's Atlantic coastline. Hundreds of thousands of people have been left without power and the state of emergency has been declared. The Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, has deployed the military to help with the recovery.
Autumn is upon us. It was the autumn equinox a couple of days ago, wasn't it?
That start of September was the equinox.
Well, what was the first day of...
Oh, no, you're right. The first day of autumn, meteorologically, was start of September.
Oh, I see.
And the equinox was on Friday.
Whatever. Yes, it is autumn, isn't it, out there? Actually, it's winter sometimes as well. But we've been asking you for some lovely shots, if you've got any lovely pictures of where you're living at the moment. Show us where you're living looks like in autumn. And this is from Leslie, and she says this is the beautiful morning near St Andrews.
Oh, what a lovely coastline shot.
Brilliant.
That is very
nice. Makes you want to go out walking the dog, doesn't it?
Delith has been... Oh, Delith. Now, that's a name you don't hear very often.
Well, it's Welsh, isn't it, Delith?
Yeah, Delith. Lovely. This is a morning sunrise whilst open water swimming in Watchtower Bay in Barry.
Wow.
That was taken about 7 o'clock yesterday morning with a beautiful sunrise and a rainbow. I spent an hour swimming in the sea. That's
you're very brave. That can't have been warm, but nevertheless beautiful. Then we've got another one from John. He says, that's sun up at Mossley Mill in Newton Abbey.
Very, very nice.
Oh, any more photographs, please, because they cheer us up.
They do, and we need it at the minute. Not surprisingly, because some of the headlines are pretty grim, including Ukrainians being urged to sabotage the Russian army from within. We'll bring you more in a couple of minutes.
Looking ahead to today's weather, and the UK is looking like this. Dry with sunny spells for many, but turning cloudier and windier from the northwest. Taking a look at the details.
Southwest England having a fine day. Sunny spells, longer sunny intervals, winds light, temperatures with highs of 18 Celsius.
For southeast England, Sunday will remain dry with sunny spells and light winds. Here too, temperatures will hit highs of 18 in the afternoon.
Plenty of dry weather for South Wales through the morning and afternoon. A few showers possibly affecting the far west. Highs there of about 17.
A chilly start for some in the Midlands, but staying dry with sunny spells. And there will be more cloud during the afternoon, but winds will stay light with highs of 15 or 16.
Now for the northeast of England, a dry day with sunny spells, light winds, but it will turn a little bit breezier by the late afternoon. Highs of, well, 13 to 16.
And a cloudy day for southern Scotland with a few light showers in the west. Winds will be light through the morning, but freshen up for the afternoon. Highs of 14 there.
Northern Ireland seeing sunny spells to start with, but it will become cloudier through the morning. Some light showers and fresher winds for the afternoon. Highs of 15 Celsius.
Rain and stronger winds will sink southwards across the north of the UK through the rest of the day. And that's your weather.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
to each and every one of you
for helping our great nation
find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Across England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland.
On TV,
on radio
and online.
We're proud to be
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flock at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me! And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know. The latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
.26 morning to you, watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Now, Ukraine's president is urging his fellow countrymen who are forced to fight for the Russian army to sabotage it from within.
Yeah, Russian authorities have reportedly started handing out conscription notices to Ukrainian men in occupied areas.
Now, this was Volodymyr Zelensky's message to any Ukrainians who are called up to fight by Russia.
If you still find yourself in the Russian army, sabotage any enemy activity. Send us any relevant information about occupiers, their bases, HQs, ammo caches, and with the first opportunity, move to our side. Do everything to save your life and free Ukraine.
Well, this address comes as the Kremlin launched so-called referendums aimed at annexing 4 occupied regions of Ukraine.
Well, joining us now is Kira Rudik, who is the People's Deputy of Ukraine. Thank you for joining us. A very good morning. What do you think of President Zelensky's message? Is it practical or is it very dangerous?
Well, it is very practical. I do believe that this is what is happening right now, and this is a good address for Ukrainian people so that would know what to do. You see, Russians are in despair. They are trying to get people to fight for them in the front. They are gathering people with a draft inside the country. And of course, they are trying to get men in the temporary occupied territories to fight on their side. They're threatening people with their lives, and they are threatening with the lives of their relatives and say, go fight on our side. And people don't know what to do. So this is the advice the president is giving them. Go, sabotage, and then switch to Ukrainian side as soon as you can. And it's a good strategy, especially in the situation like this. What we need to look at closely is that it is all signs of Russia collapsing at some point, because the winning side does not try to take the last people staying at the occupied territories to fight on their side, because it's too risky, and of course it is just like a losing tactics.
It is a very interesting idea that is being put forward. Because it must be incredibly difficult for those men who are being conscripted, not knowing what to do, not wanting to fight, are clearly against fellow Ukrainians.
Yes, absolutely. And this shows you again that Russia does not honor any international laws, that they are breaking every single rule on the list, and committing every single war crime on the list. And of course, they will not be possible for them to fight effectively with the army that will be combined with people who do not want to fight from occupied territories, people who do not want to fight from Russian territories. And this is why we need to figure out effective mechanisms to let people switch to Ukrainian side and basically just drop Russia.
And this all seems to be becoming so very much more dangerous for ordinary citizens, particularly in those occupied regions that Russia is saying they're going to hold referendums, because even ordinary citizens, even those who aren't conscript-type ages, are going to be forced to vote, and we don't know how that's going to work.
We have seen videos yesterday and today of people who are walking around with the guns, pushing citizens on the temporary occupied territories to go and to vote for like so-called separatistic territories. We understand that, again, this is all unlawful, completely illegal, and what Russia is doing, they are just trying to motivate people, most of all inside their country, saying, look, we conquered those territories, now we are getting it added to Russia. Again, this has zero legal results. This has completely against all the international laws, and we know that international community will never accept those referendums, not even as the ones that were actually held in the territories. But it is again part of Putin tactics. This is why we're urging our army to push forward, to liberate as many areas as possible, and to make sure that people are free and do not have to participate in anything like this.
Just a quick thought, Kira Rudik. What do you want the international community to do at this stage? We know arms are still being supplied, there is still that support, but does more need to be done now?
Of course. First of all, it's never enough of weapons and money, because every single day we need more. You see how effective we are with the weapons that are delivered, because you see that we are regaining more and more Ukrainian territories. However, there are a couple of practical steps that we are urging international community to make. First one is to kick Russia off the United Nations. I'm just back from New York, where we have all seen that Russia is blocking all the good international initiatives from the Security Council. This needs to stop. We need to be able to work closely with all the members of the democratic countries that are in the United Nations to resolve the issue. Second point is visas. I want to ask you one thing. So there are people who were in Bucha massacre, who were killing Ukrainians, raping women, and then they returned to Russia. And then it was possible for them to obtain visa to European countries or even to Britain. And they can be like walking around right now, just freely sitting in restaurants, drinking tea. So do you think it is fair? Isn't it dangerous to do that? So this is why we are urging all the European countries to ban visas for Russians and make sure that they remain in Russia and that they do not pose a threat to the international community, to the citizens of the peaceful countries that are supporting Ukraine. And there is a progress on that. Some of the countries already canceled visas for Russians. These are mostly Baltic countries, and we are working closely with Poland and Czech to do that as well. But this is what can be done practically right now. Kick Russia off the UN and cancel visas for Russians.
OK. Kira Rudik, People's Deputy of Ukraine, thank you.
Thank you, and glory to Ukraine.
Thank you very much. It's so interesting the way that President Zelensky and people like Kira there have clearly made their decision. They've got to keep the international community abreast of everything happening, haven't they? Which is why they do interviews. They are constantly putting out that message. They're really doing a grand job, if you like, of keeping everybody informed and at the same time demanding that they need more help. I think
but isn't it interesting?
They're very impressive.
The message from Zelensky to those being conscripted, saying join the Russian army and then sabotage it, because that is a very interesting, a very clever ploy, but as you were saying, incredibly dangerous.
But in a way, they're in danger anyway, aren't they? Because if the Russians are trying to get them to, well, if they're conscripting them, they have really very little choice, but that's the way to do it. On the other hand, it'll make life very hard for them anyway, because the Russians will be very suspicious of everything they do.
Yeah, they will.
But obviously, war is dangerous, and they're in danger anyhow, aren't they?
Well, keep your thoughts coming through on that if you have any. GBviews at gbnews.uk. Coming up, we're going to take you through all the morning's newspapers.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
to each and every one of you
for helping our great nation
find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Across England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland.
On TV,
on radio
and online.
We're proud to be the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flock at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh, my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
6:37 morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Let's take a look at today's front pages. And the Sunday Express. You ain't seen nothing yet. The Express says Chancellor Kwasi Kwarteng has much more to come as part of a true blue Tory revolution.
The Observer leading on Keir Starmer's plans for Britain. He's set to unveil a green growth strategy to try to counter Liz Truss's tax cuts.
The Sunday People is focusing on the British man released in a prisoner swap with the Russians. Sean Pinner, do you remember him, who was captured whilst fighting in the Ukrainian city of Mariupol, said the first thing to put a smile on his face was an Egg McMuffin from McDonald's.
You can sort of understand that.
Oh, you say can't you? Yeah.
Let's go through the papers this morning with anthropologist Mariana Hotter and editor of Spiked Online, Tom Slater. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Let's kick straight off with the Sunday Telegraph, Tom, and some Trussonomics.
Yes, so Truss plans to cut taxes again in the new year. You're already alluding to it there in the rundown. Really sort of doubling down on the strategy that they laid out at the mini budget or the not-so-mini budget this week.
What other taxes would be cut?
So what we're talking about is a kind of mix of reforms to income tax, savings and child benefits. Again, we're kind of largely talking about higher earners. So workers who earn more than £100,000 will be given full income tax personal allowance. Also, in terms of people who earn more than £50,000, will be able to, would be able to earn more than £50,000 and still claim child benefit. So trying to essentially, I think the theory is to remove the disincentives from earning more, very much in line with what they've been doing previously. But again, I think those questions still remain as to whether or not any of this is going to work in stimulating the economy in the way that they claim. And also whether or not, especially when an election actually rolls around, voters, particularly in those red wall seats that gave them that majority, will wear it, given it seems very unpopular, these kinds of provisions with those people in those constituencies.
And Marianne, it's not just money that we're talking about. We're talking about Liz Truss's plans for immigration, lifting the level at which people.
So she is a big gamble, of course. The markets are responding accordingly by going haywire. But you kind of some of the tax cuts are going to massively potentially alienate all the people who don't earn 100 grand a year. But there's also the kind of very traditional Tory Brexiteer group of folk who might also be annoyed by the next bit of planning, which is to lift restrictions on immigration.
Seems a bit counterintuitive, doesn't it?
Well, there's a massive shortage of workers, so specifically people in care homes, nurses, seasonal fruit and veg pickers, who all were people who came from the EU. Wages were low. They were happy to, in many circumstances, kind of live in quite sort of straitened means to save money, and sort of basically kept the wheels turning, and we don't have those people now. So
we also need skills
shortages,
don't we?
Oh well, they're
highly skilled.
Exactly. Some people are those are manual labour jobs, but some are skilled work, like a nurse. I mean, it takes years and years to train.
But haven't we always accepted we need acceptable levels of immigration? It's just what some people call acceptable.
Well, there's the question. So apparently, Kwasi Kwarteng, the Chancellor, and Liz Truss both kind of embrace and are championing the idea that the right kind of immigration fuels economic growth. And it's absolutely essential for a country like the United Kingdom because we're an island nation. People have to come to us. But then you've got other quite strong characters in the new cabinet, Suella Braverman, Kemi Badenoch, Jacob Rees-Mogg, who are much more of the kind of, I'm putting words into their mouths, we don't want too many people here because actually it will cause more trouble than it will, than the problems it will solve. So at the moment, Liz Truss, I think immigration is a big driver for growth.
Well, I mean, if immigrants are here legally and they're working and paying taxes, then how can you argue that they could possibly be bad? Except maybe we don't have enough housing.
Well, that was the whole question around. That was one of the things that came up in Brexit. You know, people say we don't want those people, whoever those people were, and you go, but those people are the person who's your cleaner, or maybe the person who works in the local coffee shop, and is the nurse, and is the care home worker who's looking after your nan. Which of those people don't you want? The person who picks the veg that ends up in the supermarket, which of those people is it that you don't want to be there? And people go, and it becomes a kind of a symbolic idea that this idea of foreigners coming and taking our jobs
but I think that
is the issue.
But that's because we've been in the mindset, haven't we, of free movement of people from the EU, which is what people found very problematic.
And over-reliance on...
That isn't really how it works, because there's push and pull factors.
I'm very pro-immigration as well, but it's quite clear that the reason that so many big businesses and so many companies and so on have been lobbying for this is because they've become very reliant on very cheap labour. And that is one of the things which, especially in a context in which people, even before this kind of current economic catastrophe that we're in the middle of, were suffering flatlining living standards, squeezed wages and all the rest of it, and difficulty for their children to get on the housing ladder, etc., etc. In that context, you can understand why people would start to be concerned about newcomers coming here. I think there's an argument to be won there, but you can't dismiss those concerns necessarily.
I think the thing that seems to be missing from my perspective in what they're kind of rolling out as this transformational programme of change is exactly that, Tom, addressing the skills shortage of people in the UK. So whether that's upskilling people so that they can do more technical, more skilled work, whether that's helping those youngsters who've had, chaotic years in lockdown, where training, where education has been, turned upside down, to kind of do more things, more interesting things better, so that actually sort of plugs into the UK productivity issues, because we're not very productive as a nation, and it's been this intractable problem. No one quite knows how to solve it. But
maybe we shouldn't use this blanket term immigrants
to train up our youngsters to be brilliant.
It's the blanket term immigrants that turns people off, isn't it? If you actually called them potential working people who will pay taxes.
And it's worth noting...
It makes them very different, doesn't it?
And I think the public are quite a lot more sophisticated on this question than people would give them credit for. I mean, we've had very high immigration since Brexit, particularly high-skilled immigration, in large part from India, Nigeria, places like this. People haven't been that concerned about that because their concern was that it seemingly... picture, and I think people often allow... story about essentially all of the special home comforts and foods that the England football team are requesting ahead of them going to Qatar. Baked beans are very high up the list. Red and brown sauce.
Are they taking baked beans with them?
No, hot.
Oh, right.
Apparently, the facilities there in Qatar are such that they can provide baked beans, Yorkshire tea, PG tips as well, favourite chocolate, in order to, again, allow...
most other countries don't understand our chocolate, do they?
No.
Let alone the baked beans.
No.
That's particularly baffling.
Absolutely. Well, that is an obvious one for anyone watching right now. GBViews at gbnews.uk. What is the food that you absolutely can't do without when you go abroad or live abroad? And if you're living abroad at the moment, do get in touch. What can't you live without? I know when I used to take the kids a lot to Florida for holidays, and there was an enormous shopping mall very near us, and nearly half of it was just for Brits.
Oh,
They had everything from Jacob's cream crackers, which the Americans don't understand at all, right through to PG tips and baked beans, but particularly Cadbury's chocolate as well.
Really?
The thing about chocolate, though, is that I think, is this right? It's partly about the making process that makes it taste different. Like American chocolate tastes really
dreadful, yeah.
But it's partly about the melting point, so that you can have higher temperatures if you're in a hot country like Qatar. You don't want to take your bar of dairy milk and then basically it's just liquid inside your packet. So maybe they're going to have to provide suitable refrigeration.
I'm sure they won't be short of a fridge in Qatar. I'm sure they'll manage. Oh yeah, but baked beans. I don't know what it is. A tin of baked beans. Or tomato soup.
Tomato soup,
really?
Yes. The tinned stuff. Is it a hangover from the war when everything had to be tinned and we became a nation of tinned food eaters? I don't know.
There's something just very comforting about it. Beans on toast.
Beans on toast is one of the simplest, most brilliant meals.
The other day, I had picked up a tin of beans from the supermarket. I picked up the one that had no added sugar. Some weird kind of... I don't know what was sweetener in it. It didn't taste right.
No.
Oh, you see, I buy the no added sugar ones.
Really? I know it doesn't taste right.
Well, you've got used to the taste, obviously, but I'm the same as you. It has to be the original, doesn't it?
If you're going to do it properly.
Yeah, I did have a look because I popped to the Co-op last night and just had to, because the other half needed some beer. So I went to the Co-op. But I bought some beans and I wanted to buy the 4-pack because it was a lot cheaper than buying the individuals, but they didn't. They only had the 4-pack in the original beans.
They're the best ones.
Yeah, but so I thought, well, I'll just see what the difference is. 60 calories more
for the original
per tin in the original.
Because that's sugar. It is sugar.
It is just
60
sugar.
calories isn't very much, though.
Yeah, but it's added carbohydrate and things, so it's like, no, so I got the no sugar ones, lower sugar ones. It's fine.
It's a glamorous life, isn't it?
That we lead? Oh, it's not just.
Certainly you, popping out for a tin of baked beans at night.
Pop me tracksuit.
Do they say to you, hey, aren't you off the telly? What are you doing buying a can of baked beans?
Oh, I'm always popping in the Co-op round the corner. It's they're used to seeing me now.
I'll bet. Can we learn about what's happened to the Eiffel Tower?
Well, everyone's feeling the pinch, including the City of Lights. So this is news that the 20,000 bulbs that light up the Eiffel Tower, and they come on slightly randomly, so it looks all twinkly. Up until now, they get turned off at 1 a.m. Yesterday, they got turned off at quarter to midnight.
Good grief.
Money saving.
Oh.
I know.
Is that the reason?
Apparently. So now, but it's kind of symbolic, you know, to kind of show willing. Maybe it's partly about the climate crisis as well. I don't know. I think it's mostly about saving money. Other monuments that are lit up in Paris are going to go dark at 10 p.m. So people all the kind of little street sellers and the cafes nearby who...
But life in Paris goes well on beyond 10 o'clock at night.
They do, but you're going to have to just do it without the thing lit up behind you.
Can't they do solar-powered lights or something?
Apparently not. And municipal swimming pools, they're going to be turned down the thermometer from 27 degrees to 26 degrees. So you're going to have to do a bit more swimming to keep warm.
Well, I don't think that's not too bad, is it? 26 degrees is all right.
But they always say, don't they, if you turn your thermostat down just 1 degree, it can save a lot. And we're all going to have to think about that this winter.
Well, I'm hoping I should be saving a fortune then, because my heating's not going on.
At all.
At
you
all
wait.
This
You've forgotten
winter.
how cold winter gets.
It's not going on.
It might get a bit damp inside
I've got a fire in the lounge, so light the fire, shut the door, and then just heat that one room, heat it, and that's it.
Live in that room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can remember like a little pot of embers up to bed? Like the other days.
Heating pan.
Yeah.
In a warmer pan. That's what they used to do, always, yeah. And do you remember, I mean, it used to be like that you used to huddle around a fire. The front of you was toasty hot.
It was freezing.
Freezing, absolutely. There's nothing you could do about that at all.
Oh, yeah. Well, you have to turn your back to the fire after a while.
You have to rotate like something on a spit.
Maybe there'll be a kind of a revival of those kind of old-fashioned high-backed armchairs, because that's why, isn't it? It's to keep the draft out. Yeah, that's why you've got a wing back, yeah.
Those are lovely, those high-back armchairs.
Yeah, they're good. None of these kind of, like, mid-century kind of lounging things.
High-back armchairs,
We should get some for the set.
Oh, I'd love one now.
Nice.
Just kind of perched in your leather thrones.
They were thrones, but maybe there was a very good reason for that. As you say, they were upholstered right up here. Wing chairs, weren't they? They had wings. Lovely.
There's a nice antimacassar on.
Oh, nice, just to keep your pomade off the velvet.
Lovely old-fashioned terms.
In Orkney, there's a tradition for like really old chairs where you had a peat fire, and that was it. I thought wear your woolies or just get really cold. Where it's got a full, it's basically like a big wicker basket that you sit in, and traditionally it was the kind of the elder man and the mum and dad of the house who would get the high chair. And then everyone else would get smaller and smaller chairs, further and further away from the fire.
Oh. Oh, there you go.
That's how we're going to be.
Bring it back.
Yeah. Nothing necessarily wrong with it.
Elaine's been in touch and says we'd love to see you popping into our local Co-op buying your beer and beans.
Beer and beans.
Depends where you live, Elaine. Yeah, beer and beer, that's what it boiled down to.
It were a beer and bean supper last night, were it?
It were.
Apologies to whomever has an accent like that.
Oh, you weren't far wrong there.
Well, I don't know what I was.
It's all right.
No idea what I was. I've been sitting next to you too long.
Anyway, look, you two will catch up with you a little bit later on. Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah.
Now let's bring you up to date with the latest royal news.
Well, and there's a lot of it today. Prince Andrew has been spotted horse riding in his first public appearance since the Queen's funeral. And then there's a new book titled Courtiers, and it's to be published in October about Meghan's behaviour towards royal staff.
Oh dear, well let's talk to former royal correspondent Charles Ray, who joins us. Charles, good morning to you. I mean, this whole scandal around Harry and Meghan, it's just not going away, is it?
No, and there's a lot more to come, as they say in Hollywood. You know, we don't know when she's going to do another interview, and what she's going to say in it. We've got Harry is still writing his book. I see with the Mail on Sunday today that he's supposed to be doing some changes so they can tone it down a bit. Well, I've got one change for Harry that you could do: scrap it. Just don't publish it, Harry. I mean, you know, just give the money back.
A lot of money, though, Charles, isn't it? It's reportedly seven figures. That's some millions. And, I mean, if it was an advance, or if a lot of it was in advance, you know, they may well not be able to give it back. It's going to be a big decision for them to take.
It is a big decision, and you're absolutely right. And the publishers obviously are paying if it is seven figures, which I quite believe it is. They're obviously wanting something for their money. They're not just going to want, you know, a stroll down the road and, you know, said hello to various people. They'll want some sensational bits in it. So we'll have to wait and see. And the reporting earlier on, when Camilla was just, you know, the Duchess of Cornwall, was that he was going to be critical of her. Now that she's Queen, you know, it will be not go down at all well. It wouldn't have gone down well before, but it will really be, you know, something that will make sure that they're even more apart from the royal family.
He's aware now that if this book goes ahead and it is damaging in the way we're expecting it to be damaging, that's it then? Is it? There's no coming back from that, is there?
No, there is not. And I'm not sure that he actually cares anymore. I mean, we saw what he was like when he was over here for the Queen's funeral. You know, he wanted to take Meghan up to Balmoral. He was told he couldn't. He missed the flight with the other members of the royal family. He got there, he was the last to arrive, didn't eat with his father or the new Prince of Wales, and then was gone by 8:15 the following morning. And we saw him out in Windsor. We're seeing pictures now of him in Windsor, which he shared with William and Catherine, and they were great pictures, and they look good and everything else. But it's a ceasefire, nothing else more than just a ceasefire.
Reminds you so much, doesn't it, of the way that Edward VIII was treated, when he made it very clear that his wife was non-negotiable. He wanted to bring her along to everything, and the royal family had to say, no, it's not appropriate. And he felt even more slighted because of that. It certainly reminds you of that whole saga, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. I don't know what it is about trying to bring an American woman into the British royal family. We've had 2 attempts at it, and it's not actually worked. But yeah, you're right. It's very similar to Edward VIII. I want the woman I love, and whatever happens, you know, I'm going to stick with her. And he was ostracized in this country, and it's basically the same with Meghan and Harry. I think people in this country are getting more and more fed up with them. And from what I'm gathering, people in America are getting fed up with them as well.
Do is moan.
Yeah, we've got this book you mentioned earlier on, which is being written by Valentine Lowe from the Times, quite a well-respected royal correspondent. Been doing the job for about 25 years. It's called Courtiers. Now, he's pulled together all the allegations that have been made about Meghan and her bullying. And if you remember, there was supposed to have been an investigation, a palace investigation into allegations of that bullying. Now, that investigation, in effect, died a death. It was just put on the back burner because it was suggested that they didn't want to publish the results of it because it might upset Meghan. Well, you know, in the book, we're seeing the fine detail of some of those allegations, and it's quite appalling what she said. And also this thing about when she was in Australia and was being greeted and feted by all these people around. And she said, I should be getting paid for this. This is a Hollywood view on things, that if you walk out into the street and you're supposed to be some sort of star, even Z-list or B-list or whatever, you should be getting paid for it. She has no idea what the concept of working within the royal family is.
No. No, it's a fair point. Well, look, Charles, we're out of time. Good to talk to you this morning. Thank you very much indeed.
Pleasure. Take care.
Okay.
Don't go anywhere. Got all the very latest on the Labour Party conference coming up.
Looking ahead to today's weather, and the UK is looking like this. Dry with sunny spells for many, but turning cloudier and windier from the northwest. Taking a look at the details.
Southwest England having a fine day. Sunny spells, longer sunny intervals, winds light, temperatures with highs of 18 Celsius.
For southeast England, Sunday will remain dry with sunny spells and light winds. Here too, temperatures will hit highs of 18 in the afternoon.
Plenty of dry weather for South Wales through the morning and afternoon. A few showers possibly affecting the far west. Highs there of about 17.
A chilly start for some in the Midlands, but staying dry with sunny spells. And there will be more cloud during the afternoon, but winds will stay light with highs of 15 or 16.
Now for the northeast of England, a dry day with sunny spells, light winds, but it will turn a little bit breezier by the late afternoon. Highs of, well, 13 to 16.
And a cloudy day for southern Scotland with a few light showers in the west. Winds will be light through the morning, but freshen up for the afternoon. Highs of 14 there.
Northern Ireland seeing sunny spells to start with, but it will become cloudier through the morning. Some light showers and fresher winds for the afternoon. Highs of 15 Celsius.
Rain and stronger winds will sink southwards across the north of the UK through the rest of the day. And that's your weather.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
To each and every one of you.
For helping our great nation
Find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
across England,
Scotland.
Wales and Northern Ireland.
On TV,
on radio,
And online.
we're proud to be
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flock at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me! And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know. The latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
Today marks the start of the Labour Party conference in Liverpool.
Well, good morning. It's 7 o'clock on Sunday, the 25th of September. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
We're live across the whole of the UK. We're on your TV, on your radio, online, so you can take us out and about with you today. These are your top stories.
Well, Sir Keir Starmer is going to set out his plans to make the UK a world-leading clean energy superpower. The opening day of the Labour Party conference will also see neighbourhood policing and family health care on the agenda.
More than 700 people have been detained across Russia during the latest protests against the country's military draft. A new law signed by Vladimir Putin says Russian troops who refuse to fight in Ukraine face a jail sentence of 10 years.
And Buckingham Palace has released this first photo of Queen Elizabeth's final resting place in St George's Chapel in Windsor. Her name is inscribed on the black slab With those of her father, King George VI, her mother, Elizabeth, and her husband, Prince Philip.
It's quite something to see, that, isn't it?
Quite sad, isn't it?
Yeah. Hopefully, I'm going to go. I'm going to go and see that.
Can you go and see it?
I presume so, yeah, just because it's
Well,
just...
I thought it was in the downstairs chapel-y bit.
No, it's in St George George VI Memorial Chapel, which is just
So
off
you
to the
can go and see
side.
it?
So you could see it,
We'll find out more about that. I would like to go and see that. Why? I don't know. It's just a way of, I don't know, paying homage, isn't it? Just love to see it. It's very sombre photograph to see.
Just to
Don't
see
like
her
it,
name
really.
on it.
Still having trouble grasping what's happened.
Yeah.
I think because we worked through it. And so we
Takes
were
time.
working and not reflecting enough. I don't know. But it does take time to accept somebody's death when it's somebody quite so important as well.
It does, yeah. Anyway, look, get in touch with us if you would like. We'd like it if you would. GBViews at gbnews.uk.
We were asking what sort of foods you miss when you live abroad or you go abroad for a while. Is it, what was it, baked beans?
Baked beans.
That's the big one, apparently.
Yeah. Evans, a bit in touch. I live abroad. The only thing I miss is a good mature cheddar and dairy milk.
I know how you feel. A very good cheddar is very difficult to get abroad, isn't it?
Yeah.
They just don't think of cheese in the same way we do.
No, but even those countries that do fantastic cheeses.
Yeah, they do, but they do their cheeses, which are very different, aren't
Sometimes you just fancy a bit of cheddar.
American cheese is weird.
Is it?
Yeah, isn't it?
I don't know if I've ever really had it much.
Well, it doesn't taste of anything, really, does it?
Oh.
I can't remember. It begins with a J, doesn't it? Jacka... I'll think of it
You
in a
get
minute.
Swiss cheese and all that.
Yeah, well, it's a bit like Swiss cheese, a lot of American cheese.
Oh.
It's there, but it doesn't do anything for you. Monterey Jack, that's what I was thinking of. Monterey Jack cheese doesn't do anything for me. Bev says, my husband worked abroad for years with other expats, and the thing they missed the most was pork pies and hobnobs. They always smuggled said foods in. My husband always said, you hardly ever eat them in the UK, but when you're away from the UK, you miss them.
Yeah. Have you ever been in a foreign supermarket and then you go, oh, look, they do Rice Krispies?
Yes, they
It's
do.
all that sort of thing.
Well,
all
they did it
that,
before we
all
got
that sort of
Rice
thing you
Krispies.
do.
But I tell you what, their Rice Krispies taste different.
Do they?
Oh, yes, they do. And if you're in America, then you're where the original was made.
Yeah.
So those are original Rice Krispies. Ours are sort of British version, I think.
Very British.
They are a bit different.
Lynn says, living in North Cyprus, the essentials we cannot live without are Thai foo,
I can understand that.
bovril, custard creams.
Oh, custard creams,
Oh,
yes.
I love a custard cream. Peanut butter and marmalade. At Christmas, the list lengthens to Christmas pudding, cake and marzipan.
Yeah, I can understand that, yes.
Yeah.
At Christmas, it is those certain flavours. And it's not just enough to have the sort of ones they make in various countries. You want the British version, don't you? The one we all know and love.
Yeah.
That's what makes Christmas Christmas, isn't it?
Custard
We've also got
creams,
some lovely photographs, I think, that you've still been sending in for us. We're asking for signs of autumn. If you look out your window, what do you see? And I think we've got some really lovely ones here. This is from Joyce! That is the most magnificent wallflower. That must be about 20 foot tall.
Huge sunflower.
Is it what did I say? Wallflower? Yes, sunflower.
Gorgeous.
But isn't it tall? Unless that's a clever picture.
Does look very tall.
You know, that's in the foreground and the house is in the background.
Says, this was grown for my 2 sons and husband who've passed away. It makes me smile.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Oh,
well done.
Josh, you've lost your husband and 2 sons.
Oh, I can't believe it. That's terrible.
That is terrible.
But that is the most fantastic tribute to them. Alicia says, this is my picture. Of the most easterly point, Ness Point, in Britain. It's in Lowestoft.
Wow, that's
Lovely seascape.
It looks sort of like a little bit bleak in a way, and I quite like that.
Yeah.
So that bleak looking out to sea.
Is that a lovely basset hound as well?
Is it? I don't know.
Having a doggy walk.
Carol says, morning, this is a picture of our fishing lake in Clown in northeast Derbyshire.
Beautiful, beautiful sunrise over that lovely...
And what a great name, Clown.
Yeah, with
an E. Yes. But I like
Oh, yes, this is lovely. We're getting around and about Britain. If you've got any more photographs, then please send us, because it does us good to see all of those different views around Britain. GBViews at gbnews.uk.
We do live in a beautiful country.
Oh, sensational.
And whether it's the nice sort of sunrises or the sort of bleak landscapes or the whatever it is, I love all of that.
Well, don't they say
Fantastic.
there's no such thing as an ugly or even bad weather? It's just about dressing up in the right clothes.
That's quite right. Get your big coat on and you'll be all right.
I wonder how it is in Liverpool this morning, because they're all there.
Yes, I don't know. I can't remember what we said in the forecast now. Actually, we don't really do the northwest on the forecast.
We don't do it well enough, I think, do we?
No, we need
But
to look at that.
I think it's sort of bits of sun and bits of cloud.
Yeah, well, hopefully it'll stay fairly bright in Liverpool today because it's a big day for the Labour Party. Anyway, their conference starts today. Sir Keir Starmer will lay out landmark plans to make the UK a global green energy superpower by 2030.
Yes, Labour claim that their energy policy will save UK households £475 a year until 2030 and also will create over 200,000 jobs.
Well, let's head to the conference and GB News political correspondent Tom Harwood. Morning to you, Tom. I mean, it's quite interesting, isn't it, that they're really pushing the green agenda in order to bring growth to the UK?
Yes, this is going to be a big theme of this conference, not just about how we generate our electricity and energy, but also what kind of country that says that we are. And the Labour Party has been saying for some time that dependence on foreign hydrocarbons is not a sustainable future for the UK. They view domestic renewable energy as the best way to do that. I'm sure we will hear a lot about the government's decision to renew fracking in this country as well. But today, the big set-piece event is the Deputy Leader's speech. Angela Rayner will be speaking just after 11 a.m. to the conference, and it really kicks off what will be a big and probably less I suppose, acrimonious gathering than we saw last year. Down in Brighton last year, the Labour Party was fighting over various constitutional amendments to how the party was run. There were so many different votes about how you deselect members of Parliament, about how you elect different members of the NEC. This year, very much less of that. This year, the party is basically how the new leadership would like it to be constitutionally. And so more so, this would mirror a Conservative Party conference. They don't want it to be particularly controversial. They don't want it to, frankly, make too much news. But it will be very interesting to see what the sort of grassroots of the Labour Party says in response to the Labour Party leadership. There's always been a tension there. This year, the Labour Party conference will begin for the first time with the national anthem. And already the former leader, Jeremy Corbyn, has been saying he doesn't see why that's necessary. That might be a point of contention here this week. And also, no doubt, we will see some of these floor speeches from the ordinary Labour Party membership that might run up against what the Labour Party leadership is doing. Of course, if we remember back to last year, Sir Keir Starmer's speech at the end of conference was heckled by Labour Party members. This year, it's on the penultimate day of conference. I wonder if we'll see quite so much heckling or if there has been a change in the Labour membership, its composition and those who attend conference. It will be an interesting few days as this party really tries to prove that it's changed and that it's ready for government.
Yes, but prove to whom? I mean, as you said yourself, they almost don't want things to make too much news because, again, they're not fighting a general election yet, are they? Is this just more about rallying the troops and making sure they're fit for government?
Yes, that is exactly what this sort of conference is about. We're a few years out from a general election. The Labour Party is leading in the polls. The latest polls show it's leading by about 10 points. That's been consistent since the toppling of Boris Johnson. Now, how much might that change given the new budget or mini budget that we saw from the government, given the announcements we're expecting from the government over the next few weeks? Perhaps that will shift. But at the moment, the Labour Party is fairly happy with its position in the polls, and it doesn't really want to change the narrative all that much. It's got some simple messages to get across to the public. Number one, that it wants to tax those energy firms. Number two, that it wants to invest more greatly in renewable energy. But there are some questions as well in terms of how the party responds to the government's tax cuts. Which tax cuts does it vote for and which does it oppose, and how will it set its narrative in response to what is now a tax-cutting government? The Labour Party had, up until this point, been critical of the highest tax burden in 70 years imposed by the previous formulation of this government. Will that sort of criticism go by the wayside? Sir Keir Starmer had been criticising the low growth rate, the relatively low growth rate of this country as well. Now that the government is entirely focused on growth, that it's made it that large pitch, how does the Labour Party pivot? These are some questions that this conference will be looking to answer. But frankly, this is not the same level of reorganisation that we saw at the last Labour Party conference. Really, what the Labour Party needs to do this week is set out its stall for the public, pick some simple messaging to repeat and to make sure that it can carry home, and perhaps introduce one or two new policies, but not try and do that fundamental change that we saw last year.
OK, Tom, thank you. Well, let's talk to Kevin Marr, Associate Editor of Labour Uncut. Morning to you. Tom's got a point, hasn't he? It's going to be it's a little bit difficult for Labour to push back so much against tax cuts when they themselves have criticised the higher tax burden that we've faced.
Yes, I mean, an awful lot has changed in British politics in the last week. I mean, it feels a very long time ago that Boris Johnson was in number 10. I mean, an awful lot has gone on through this summer. The pace has picked up with Liz Truss coming in as Prime Minister, Kwasi Kwarteng as Chancellor, and deciding to take the economy and the country in a radically different direction. And I think Labour strategists will be still gaming out what all that means. There's obviously a lot of reaction to the mini budget last week. It's not so much a mini budget; it's a pretty significant budget, pretty significant fiscal event, as economists call it. So I think there's still a lot of aftershocks of that, and trying to work out not only the economics of what happened last week, but also the politics of it as well. But for Keir Starmer and for Labour this week, it's about three things. It's about projecting strength. So this is Keir Starmer's conference speech on Tuesday, only his second actual live conference speech in the 3 years that he's been leader. And he's only got possibly one more conference speech before a general election. So he's going to want to use this opportunity to reintroduce himself again to the British public, to project strength and to project his credentials as a potential Prime Minister. It's also about the credibility of the Labour Party as a party of government. The party will want to present an image of unity, of being focused, of being disciplined, of talking about issues that chime with the mainstream of the British public. There was a spokesman for Starmer the other day said that the Labour Party wanted to project itself back as the political wing of the British public, which is a nice line that's been used before in Labour history, but I think sums up what they're trying to do, which is to say, we're on your side, we're on the same wavelength. Perhaps we've not been for a few years, perhaps we've looked like we were talking to ourselves, and we've been talking about things that might seem a little bit esoteric, but we're back talking about bread and butter political issues, as you say, as Tom was saying just a minute ago, talking about the NHS there today. And it's also about projecting fresh ideas, fresh thinking. Labour's going to try and set out some of its economic narrative. So this is the response partly to last week as well, and to establish these dividing lines between it and the Conservatives. So it will start to flesh out which taxes that it may support in terms of the cuts, so the basic rate, I suspect, and also the taxes that it opposes. For example, the removal of the 45p highest rate on earners of 150 grand or so. So it will try and establish a dividing line between Labour and the Conservatives, try and bed that in and get behind, as Tom was saying quite rightly a few minutes ago, a few simple policies. And Keir Starmer's alighted on the idea of turning Britain into a superpower for renewable energy. And I think this is the politics of this are quite clever, because he's trying to reach out to the left of the party, trying to reach out to people who are environmentalists and Green campaigners and say, actually, Labour's the party for you. He's got a slight problem this week with that, though, because the GMB union, which represents lots of power workers and people in the nuclear industry, wants Labour to embrace nuclear energy and is also quite open to the idea of more fracking. So that's going to be quite interesting to see, particularly on the conference fringe, the reaction of the GMB union, which is one of Labour's biggest backers. So it's not all plain sailing, but this week for Labour is about strength, credibility, and establishing some fresh ideas.
And he, I think, is making a big speech today. Also, Angela Rayner, I think, is. Have either of them, or both of them together, I don't know, got the charisma, got the personality to make a big speech? They're ahead in the polls at the moment. They should be building on this, shouldn't they?
Oh, absolutely. This is an absolutely key moment. This is a real inflection point. You know, Labour needs to show it's in the game. It's a credible party. It's trying to sort of meet Liz Truss where she is and push her back early. They won't want a honeymoon, a prolonged honeymoon for Liz Truss. It's obviously the Conservatives conference next week, so it's a great opportunity clearly for Liz Truss to do that. So Keir Starmer and Labour don't want to be pushed out of the debate. I think Tom was quite right in saying a few minutes ago what we've had in the last few years with COVID, with Partygate, with Boris being a very big personality. That Labour's kind of been in the shadows a little bit. So it's the chance to be centre stage, to set out a stall, to try and resonate with the British public, and try and establish and lock in that opinion poll lead as we go into the autumn and politics resumes in a few weeks' time.
Kevin, really good to talk to you this morning. Thank you very much indeed. Appreciate it. Love to get your thoughts on that.
Graham says Starmer will come out with his usual fantastic policies on turning Britain into a paradise for everybody.
Don't all MPs do that, though?
Yeah, I think they do, don't they?
Of whatever party, it's always the grass is greener with us, I think.
He isn't a natural speaker, a bit like Liz Truss. They're just not natural speakers, are they? But Angela Rayner is.
Angela Rayner is very good, yeah. I wonder, though, if that will play against him, because against Boris Johnson, he seemed, a comparatively dull but stable figure, if you like. Reliable, I'm just reliable. Well, Liz Truss is quite a dull and stable figure, if you like. I'm not trying to be insulting, don't get me wrong. But, she hasn't got a huge amount of charisma. And so that's going to damage... I think that will damage his brand somewhat.
Or
does
it
make him
just
stand out?
Bring politics right back and choosing who you want to support right back to policies rather than personalities? Yeah. And I know a lot of people will welcome that.
Yeah.
You might say we've had a bit of an overdose of personality with Boris particularly recently, and you could argue Jeremy Corbyn as well.
Yes.
Who, you either loved him, he was Marmite, wasn't it?
Well,
you either loved him or hated him.
Katrina says, I think the main reason many Labour voters voted for Boris and the Conservatives is that they didn't want to see Jeremy Corbyn as Prime Minister.
True.
I think that probably did play a pretty big role in it, to be fair.
Mike says, unfortunately, there's nothing Labour could say to me that could ever persuade me to support or vote for them. They're an embarrassment to the country. Personally, I am very pleased to say that we at last have a Conservative government. It's after 12 years of Conservative government. But I know what you're getting at. Getting at.
I mean, it is very interesting, though, and I do think it's fascinating, the fact that their economic policy is based on making the UK a green superpower, which, to me, on the surface, is a bit pie in the sky. But if it works, I mean...
If it provides jobs...
If it provides jobs and would provide enough growth, then we do need green energy.
Yeah.
Even though I know some of you think, well, no, I'm not for green energy. It's the way forward for cheaper, renewable, sustainable, secure energy.
Yeah.
Right? So that's
one thing.
It's a sensible move, whether you believe in the climate debate or not. But can he do that? Can we do that in the UK? Can he do it as quickly as
he's saying by 2030.
2030.
Which is quite something.
Which would be 6 years after they got into power.
Yeah. But yes, that's true. But it would be exciting if it happened. And I just think if it provided jobs, we need to provide good, decent, well-paid, proper professional jobs.
The interesting thing is there would be a huge amount of infrastructure needed for that, which would mean a huge amount of capital spending, which is going to come from
But there's always been the argument about building your way out. Well, we're already borrowing. Building your way out of a recession. That's always been one way forward, hasn't it? Maybe this would be it. I just think providing jobs and building an infrastructure provides even more jobs. Surely that has to be good, but maybe only in the long run. By 2030, is one heck of a target.
It is. It is, and it's interesting in all of these discussions. And why we want your views. That you've got to look at all sides of the argument, haven't you? You've got to listen to people you don't think you agree with, and try and weigh it all up.
Yeah.
It's what that's how we develop and grow and all the rest of it. But whether you'd be convinced by that or not, I don't know. We shall have to see what is said over the next few days. Let's bring you up to date with some of the stories making the news today at 7:22. And the Defence Secretary has announced a funding boost of £52 billion to grow Britain's military. That's in response to Russian aggression. Ben Wallace told the Sunday Telegraph the 3% increase comes after decades of defending against cuts.
People attending health and social care appointments in Scotland will no longer need a weekly COVID test from Wednesday. The decision also applies to health and social care workers, but restrictions for care homes do remain in place.
A clean-up operation underway after Tropical Storm Fiona devastated Canada's Atlantic coastline. Hundreds of thousands of people left without power. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has deployed the military to help.
Lots more to come.
Yes,
Anything you wanted to say?
No, well, I was just thinking, and I understand it, that there will be people screaming at the radio or TV going, no, you can't say nice things about the Labour Party. Because you always get that the other way around as well. You can't say nice things about the Tory Party. But I do think we are at a point where you do need to listen to all sides. Regardless of what conclusion you come to, you should listen to all sides and then make a decision. That's how things work.
I think. I think so too.
I mean, whether you see, listen. I
want to be impressed by what they say today. I want to be.
Yes.
Because, and I think it's good for a government to have a good, intelligent, credible opposition.
Oh,
isn't it?
yes.
So I think we all
absolutely.
want to be impressed because we want some exciting ideas.
But if we will be or not, I don't know. No. That's what we'll have to wait and see. Anyway, you will be impressed by Aidan McGee. He's here with all the sport in a couple of minutes.
Looking ahead to today's weather, and the UK is looking like this. Dry with sunny spells for many, but turning cloudier and windier from the northwest. Taking a look at the details.
Southwest England having a fine day. Sunny spells, longer sunny intervals, winds light, temperatures with highs of 18 Celsius.
For southeast England, Sunday will remain dry with sunny spells and light winds. Here too, temperatures will hit highs of 18 in the afternoon.
Plenty of dry weather for South Wales through the morning and afternoon. A few showers possibly affecting the far west. Highs there of about 17.
A chilly start for some in the Midlands, but staying dry with sunny spells. And there will be more cloud during the afternoon, but winds will stay light with highs of 15 or 16.
Now for the northeast of England, a dry day with sunny spells, light winds, but it will turn a little bit breezier by the late afternoon. Highs of, 13 to 16.
And a cloudy day for southern Scotland with a few light showers in the west. Winds will be light through the morning, but freshen up for the afternoon. Highs of 14 there.
Northern Ireland seeing sunny spells to start with, but it will become cloudier through the morning. Some light showers and fresher winds for the afternoon. Highs of 15 Celsius.
Rain and stronger winds will sink southwards across the north of the UK through the rest of the day. And that's your weather.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
to each and every one of you
for helping our great nation
find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Across England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland.
On TV,
on radio, and online.
We're proud to be
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flop at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me! And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News. It's 7:27. Morning to you. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
And today, whether you like it or not, is the start of the Labour Party's conference in Liverpool. And it's big, for instance, on the front page of The Observer today. Keir Starmer unveils green growth plan to counter Truss tax cuts.
Wow, how would that work? Let's talk to the Shadow Business Secretary, Jonathan Reynolds, who joins us now. Good to see you this morning. Look, well, it sounds interesting, making the UK a green superpower. How would that work, and how would you get it implemented in 6 years, which is what Sir Keir's talking about?
Good morning, yes. Well, look, it's exciting to be here at the start of Labour Party conference, and as you say, it's a chance for us to set out our alternative to the government. So you've got that big budget on last Friday where the government's gone for this very strong cut taxes for the well-off policy in order to grow the economy, and we disagree with that. And this policy today that you've mentioned is a fine example of what we think the alternative should be. So investment in clean energy, investment in skills and training, fixing the Brexit deal so it works, sorting out business rates, and specifically why this is so exciting is we've seen the damage caused to households and businesses by being so exposed to the regional and global price of gas. We've got to decouple ourselves from that. We've got fantastic natural resources in terms of what we can do on renewable energy, on energy efficiency, on new nuclear. And yes, it is realistic to say we can take fossil fuels out of the energy mix by 2030, no longer be exposed to these global prices, and indeed be able to export energy that we make here in the UK to our neighbours, have money coming into the country from that. That to us is a better long-term plan for growth and prosperity for the country, and it's a great chance to be able to set it out today.
But is it what people want to hear? At the moment, ordinary working families are really worried about their upcoming heating bills. They're worried about the cost of living in general. They're worried about energy security. And even those who are against things like fracking and pro-green are now rethinking their views on that. So is a green future, and I can see there's a banner behind you saying Labour, a fairer, greener future. So you're obviously putting a great emphasis on this. But is that what people really want to hear when they're taking practical decisions at the moment, just getting by?
Yes, I think it is, Anne. So we obviously led over the summer with that policy to freeze household energy bills, and that is what people clearly need. But they also need that longer-term plan. You know, how are we going to stop being exposed to fossil fuel prices, this volatility, which has come principally in this case from the Russian illegal invasion of Ukraine? But that's only going to continue in terms of if you risk your country being exposed in heating and electricity prices to fossil fuel generation. So yes, they need that longer term plan. And of course, look at the assets we have in this country, our onshore wind, our offshore wind capacity, our chance for the marine energy, and indeed our nuclear sites. We've got the potential here in the UK for a position which is not only more secure, not is only cheaper, but actually, of course, yes, tackles the big challenge of climate change. And I think you put those three things together, it is a compelling case for a future. And yes, the public clearly supports that based on the polling on these issues.
But what the experts tell us is that our wind power is not reliable enough. We haven't got suitable storage for any spare electricity that's being made. So there would be a high resilience on nuclear power, wouldn't there? Well, you're not going to get any new plants built within 6 years.
Well, that isn't what the experts say about the volatility of renewable energy. We have a substantial, some days that already our mix in terms of electricity generation is well over 50% in terms of renewable generation. So we're able to manage this. You're right to say you need peaking power in the transition. That will come when storage is available at scale. It will also come from what's called carbon capture and storage. So existing gas plants where you're capturing the emissions, again, a technology which we have the possibility of leading much of the world in. So it's whether you choose to embrace these opportunities for the future or simply look to the past and leave us more exposed to this volatility in natural gas prices, even if you were able to get areas to agree to fracking, which frankly I don't think you'd be able to do. So look, there's huge and exciting possibilities there. And our job as the opposition is not just to, for instance, articulate that we will do things like freeze energy prices when people are facing the bills they are right now. It's to have that longer term future of how we can grow the economy and deliver energy security and climate change resilience at the same time. And that's why these things are so important.
You're talking about creating 200,000 jobs as well, which sounds like great news, but where are they going to live? What are you going to do about housing?
Well, housing, I mean, no one can deny the scale of the housing market's problems in the UK is extremely severe. I think personally it's very much about land use. It's about how to get land at the price required to build housing on, and there'll be some further details. It's not my responsibility, unfortunately, to be able to announce some of that, but there will be some further details that we'll be announcing on that this week and in the weeks ahead.
The tax cuts that have been introduced. If you get into power, what do you do in the first budget? Do you reverse all of that?
Well, we're going to be setting out some plans on tax later today. We will certainly be voting against the cut in the top rate of income tax. I think it's very clear to say, by the way, that if you look at the reaction to the mini budget, you know, this clearly wasn't a budget designed to appeal to the British people, but more concerning for the government is the fact that the financial markets have no confidence in it either. You've seen the cost of borrowing rise, you've seen the value of sterling decline. So I'm afraid the government themselves are going to have to react to that in the weeks or months ahead, possibly with further spending cuts to public services. I would imagine the Bank of England will have to take further action on interest rates. But I'm afraid everyone needs to understand that the verdict, the dispassionate verdict from people who are investors, traders looking at the UK, is that they don't think the government's plans are sustainable. I'm afraid the Chancellor and the Prime Minister have gambled with the British economy, with everyone's mortgages and jobs, and I'm afraid there'll have to be further measures from the government, I would imagine, even before we get a chance for Labour to come to power and fix this damage.
Jonathan Reynolds, we need to leave it there, but appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, what do you make of that? GBViews at gbnews.uk. I tell you what is interesting is, and it worked in the leadership campaign. Rishi Sunak was very dour about our future.
Yes.
And Liz Truss was more positive, and that always is a winner. Now, they're being very positive in their campaigning about what they can achieve by 2030.
Well, certainly, I think, yes, you don't feel you want to vote for a politician who's got nothing but doom and gloom.
So that's an interesting dynamic that they've used
there. It's something to believe in, don't you?
Yeah, but is that something that's going to work?
Yes, that's right.
It's why you need to see the details with all this. Anyone can spin you a good line. It's the details. So when we hear the details on that, we'll let you know. But
are you calling for a general election already?
No.
No.
No, and partly because I think, and where's that message about Lizzie?
Oh, give Lizzie a chance.
Give Lizzie a chance. Archie, here we go. Give Lizzie a chance. It takes time for things to work. At least she's trying to do something. It may work, it may not, but we won't know for a while. And I think that's a very valid point. Whether you agree with what the Conservatives have done or not, you've got to give it a chance to bed in. And so I think a general election now...
A year and a half
good.
is enough for a chance.
Yes.
They're going to have to be judged on the next year and a half, aren't they?
Yeah. But I think that's
frightening for them.
Yeah, but no, general election now?
No, not now, it's too soon.
No. But, you know, but say, you're right, in a year and a half, we will know whether this plan has worked or whether it's a wet fish.
Signs of green shoots, as they say. Yeah, we'll know.
So, there you go. Anyway, let's crack on with the sport, should we? Aidan McGee is here. Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing? I'm not sure we'll see green shoots immediately. If you think back to when Thatcher first rolled back the frontiers of the state back in, 79, there was a general election in 83. She had time on her side. She had 4 years in which to implement those policies. I don't think these two trusts...
No, but if you were Liz Truss in a cabinet meeting right now, you'd say, give me some policies that are going to show green shoots by the time of a general election. Otherwise, it won't look good at all.
No, that's right. And the thing you mentioned a moment ago about the small print, my dad said to me when I signed my first mobile phone contract in 2001, he said, Aidan, the big print giveth, the small print taketh away.
Very true.
That is a very good slogan.
I know.
Very
I was the only
true.
person who signed a 2-year contract. I think that's what he's trying to say.
Oh, right.
I took out a Marks and Spencer's card, just an ordinary store card, years and years, something like 25 years ago, and then they changed it into a credit card.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And I hadn't read the small print, and I don't read small print. I just thought, oh, it's changed into a credit card. How nice. The small print must have said somewhere, we retain the right to change the terms and conditions without actually pointing it out to you. Years later, I got my PPP back.
Did you?
Really?
It's
Fantastic.
the only one, because I've had so many credit cards over the years. So when
I've never had one.
When PPP thingy came out, I did it all.
Because it's personal protection thing,
Yes.
wasn't it? Yeah.
And the M&S card paid back, had to pay back.
I got a credit card sent to me, I think, when I was about...
You've never had a credit card?
No, my mum cut it up.
But doesn't that mean you have no credit rating?
No, not necessarily. No, you can boost your credit in other ways. Yeah, I should have one really, just in case I lose it or something. You know, but I just never had one. I've always got by without having one.
well, it's
Whenever I
not.
spend
It's-
something. It
Yeah,
comes
but
out
it
my
gives you,
account.
it gives you security
Yes, it
on
does.
certain things, like booking a holiday.
Absolutely,
through
it
your
does.
credit card
I
gives
should
you
get
certain
one. I think
rights.
my mum and dad were just worried about me having one when I was like...
Oh, yeah, well, they're dead right, aren't they? Isn't it the boss of
Yeah, they would be right
Barclaycard
with me.
stood up at one point and said, I'll never give my kids one of these.
Yeah.
It sounds like Gerald Ratner, doesn't it?
It does sound a bit like Gerald Ratner.
It was judged as a Gerald Ratner moment, except that so many people agreed with him that...
Yeah. Just about got away
I
with
agree
it.
with Gerald Ratner about his products, actually.
Well, that's why they've
Well,
shut
he's-
down, haven't they? They've gone.
He's definitely tried to row back on that. But that's an interesting one. Have you ever had a credit card, or have you always said no to a credit card? And you've been strong enough to be able to withstand the modern age without one?
It's the worst way to borrow money. If you have a credit card, always pay it off
at the end of the month.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on credit cards? gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Let's talk about someone's granite chin. You've got a granite chin.
Thanks very much indeed. Yeah, cheers. No, this guy,
Who's got a granite chin?
Joe Joyce. Now he's a British contender. It was his 15th fight last night. He was up against Joseph Parker, a New Zealander, in Manchester, the AO Arena, and a real litmus test type for him. How good is this guy? He's 37. That's not young in boxing terms. He did well at the Olympics in Rio in 2016. He's a latecomer to the party. He's got a very strong interest in art. He's a painter outside of boxing. But he won last night in the 11th round knockout against a very experienced opponent. Even though Joseph Parker's 7 years younger than him, he's been through the mill. He's been in the ring with Anthony Joshua, Dillian Whyte, Derek Chisora, all these guys. So really, really impressive fight. It was an excellent tear-up as well. I mean, you just think that some of these fights are really overhyped. And I stayed up and watched it, and it was well worth the wait. It was a really good slugfest, as we call it in the trade. And it was up to about halfway through. It was about even. Joseph Parker gave it everything, and we talked about the granite chin just then. How much can Joe Joyce take? I tell you what, he took it. He took the best that Joseph Parker gave to him. And I think this is my prediction now. I think he might usurp Anthony Joshua in the next year or so, especially after Joshua fights Fury, possibly loses. I think he'll be the main British contender outside of or away from Joshua, behind Tyson Fury. He's from Putney in southwest London. He's not that well known to a British audience, but I think he's in the Frank Warren stable. And I think he'll start to be pushed.
Did he actually take it on the chin?
Oh, massively, yeah. I mean, Parker hit some bombs on his face. He really did. And people were saying to him, well, how's he standing up?
Oh.
Well, I think you're not going to get far in boxing if you haven't got a granite chin. Or you can be Floyd Mayweather and just not get hit.
Yeah.
That's why he's one of the greatest of all time. If you're not getting hit, then you solve the problem for a start. You don't have to worry about it. Your chin can be made of sponge. But if you're not getting hit, that's fine. But this guy, you're going to take a heavyweight level, you're going to take punches, and you've got to be able to withstand them. And he took the best that Joseph Parker could give. I mean, he must have demoralised him at the end, because Parker was standing there at the end thinking, goodness me, I gave absolutely everything. I remember talking to Nigel Benn years ago when he fought Chris Eubank. They didn't like each other one bit, as we know. But he did say, look, Aidan, I gave him absolutely everything. I gave him everything that ring. I hit him so hard, and he just would not go down. And that's what you have to be in boxing sometimes. You have to be resilient. Joseph Parker was resilient. He took some real bombs as well. It was a great fight, and better than some of the ones we've seen recently. And Fury afterwards was at the ring. He's a friend of both fighters, and he was saying, look, if we don't get the fight with Anthony Joshua sorted on Monday, I've given him a 60-40 deal. That's pretty good for a guy who's lost his last 2 fights. We've got to be signed on Monday, otherwise Tyson Fury is moving on.
Yeah, fair enough. What's happening with football? Gareth Southgate. Yeah. I mean, is he going to have to go, or will he stay? He's fighting, isn't he?
He's fighting, yeah. Look, so he should. He's got to semi-final of the World Cup in 2018. He got to the Euros 2020 final 18 months ago. Yeah, look, he's not looking good at the moment. They're losing form at just the wrong time. But as we mentioned off air, they've got Germany tomorrow. And we all know what Germany means, don't we? It means that it's a calibre opponent. We can see the picture there.
Yes, and Germany is sort of, long in football being the other, the enemy that we most want to defeat.
No, he's been booed the last couple of defeats. I mean, they were the only team not to score in open play in the Nations League so far. The only other one is San Marino, so we're not...
Where is that match tomorrow against Germany?
Wembley. So Wembley, listen, look, Anne, if they win that match,
that's it,
suddenly the problem goes away because there are no other games between then and November 21st when England kicks off against Iran. But it's a bad time to lose form. What happens, I'm speculating what might happen if they win. If they lose, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen in front of a Wembley
How are Germany
crowd.
looking then at the moment?
Not too bad. I mean, they weren't very good at Euro 2020. England beat them quite comfortably at Wembley that night, but they're always strong in tournaments. They're always strong. They come to the party at the right time. I've seen German teams, I think back to 2002, they weren't at the races, really, but they got to the final. England beat them 5-1? Well, guess who got to the final 3 or 4 months later, or 6 months later? So that's what Germany do. They time their arrival pretty well. England are not doing that right now. The trajectory in the last 5 years has been very, very impressive. But if you're going to lose form, you don't want to do it. It's like a bit like being a helicopter, you don't want to lose fuel. Don't want to lose fuel as soon as you're coming up to a mountain. That's what England are doing right now.
But form can come back, doesn't it?
That's a cheery thought.
It's a metaphor.
Form can suddenly get switched on, though, can't it?
Well, it can. Look, as I say, it can turn tomorrow night. But this is the ideal game. If this was against a lesser opponent tomorrow evening and they won, there would be...
That would be OK.
Yeah, that'd be OK. But if it's Germany, it's completely different.
Yeah.
You can sometimes give you a false sense of hope in a way. One thing I would say is that the group is not particularly difficult for England. They've got Iran in the first game. So, I think that you can take it as read that England are going to get out of the group. But even so, you don't want to be going to these tournaments on a low.
No. Let's hope we win.
Thank you. We'll catch you with you a little bit later on. Don't go anywhere, though. We've got all the papers heading your way in just a moment.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
to each and every one of you
for helping our great nation
find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Across England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland.
On TV,
on radio
and online.
We're proud to be
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flop at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh, my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
Time for the papers this morning. Going through them for us today, anthropologist Mariana Hotter and editor of Spiked Online, Tom Slater. Good morning to you both.
Good morning.
We're starting with something extremely grim, actually, Tom, in the Sunday Times, and looking at what's going on in Iran and these remarkable protests that have been taking place, because, it's unheard of in Iran, actually, isn't it?
Well, it's such incredible courage. I'm sure a lot of people have seen on social media people taking to the streets. in really unprecedented numbers. These sort of protests against enforced wearing of the hijab have been rumbling for about 4 or 5 years now, but it all seems to have come to a head. You're seeing men and women taking to the streets. It's become kind of much broader than what originally sparked it, which was essentially the death in police custody of Mahsa Amini's 22-year-old Iranian Kurdish woman, who was seemingly quite badly beaten by the morality police and eventually died. And it's just transformed into a broader kind of anti-regime movement. There's reports of whole sections of major cities being taken by the particular protesters, spread far beyond the kind of original places in which it first kicked off. And I think it's whilst it's obviously a very kind of dangerous moment. I mean, last time things really flared up in 2019, there was a very vicious crackdown. A lot of people were killed. It's also, you know, tremendous show of courage and bravery against the regime.
It takes some courage to go out there and protest.
Completely, and I think it just showed...
As a woman, not to wear the hijab, they're wearing makeup, they're being very Western.
Completely,
Yeah.
you know, dancing in the streets, cutting their hair, women of all ages, and also men there defending them against attacks from police and other people. And just, this is a piece here from Nazanin Zaghari-Ratcliffe, incidentally, just saying that they won't take it anymore. You know, they're not going to put up with this regime that seems to get more authoritarian and more misogynistic the more it fails its own people. So, you know, potentially dangerous days ahead, but still remarkable bravery. Definitely.
I think we have to remember that not that long ago, Iran was quite a kind of free and liberal country. So this kind of this authoritarian, sort of very traditional approach, which sees women sort of very much kept in their lane, you know, covered in public, only in private and domestic spheres a lot of the times.
Only being able to go out with a male.
It's not something inherently Iranian. It's not inherently Islamic even. It's something that is quite a recent and hopefully perhaps temporary situation in the country.
Tell us about Prince Harry's book, Marianne.
Yeah, from the serious to the ridiculous, perhaps. So Prince Harry has written this tell-all memoir. He wrote it before the Queen and before Prince Philip died, in collaboration with a ghostwriter. It was planned for publication in time for Thanksgiving in the US, which is November the 24th.
Yeah.
Not that long away. So let's assume that everybody, the lawyers, Harry, all the kind of parties, signed off this manuscript some time ago. It's been at a printer's, they're printing millions of copies, binding the books, packaging them up. They're probably on a ship coming from some big printing
They must
press
be by now. If they
in
were planning
China.
to release it in
Ready
November.
to be distributed. And Harry apparently has gone, whoa, I need to change some bits in that book because it's not great. And now my grand's dead and blah, 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 blah. Things have changed. And the big question is, will they be able to? Now, if it were any other author, they would just say, no, it's too late. You signed to say you were happy, so it's going ahead. It's Prince Harry, though. So they're going to have to do something. But whether that's pulping what is probably millions of copies of this book...
It costs a fortune.
Oh, it's going to be insanely expensive for, I think it's Penguin Random House, who have so far declined to comment, understandably.
I bet they have.
But there's a few people. Also, I was saying to Tom, or whoever works in that warehouse, who actually has some of those original copies of them.
They'll find their way out. You know?
They're going to find their way
They will
out.
find their way out. And also, it's going to cost him a considerable amount of money to try and withdraw, even if he can, because allegedly, it's already a seven-figure sum that's been given in advance.
Well, yes, exactly. I mean, it's going to be a kind of a global bestseller. So it was apparently a £35 million deal for memoirs, so 3 volumes. This is the first one. And he's already had 17 million. Given that, to a greater or lesser extent, money is no object, I wonder whether it's sort of like in the back office, there's some kind of deal where if he is that desperate to withdraw this version from sale and have it never see the light of day, they will cover the costs. That's the only way to do it, because otherwise Penguin Random House would just go, we've got a contract, we can't take that kind of commercial loss just because you've changed your mind.
Well, they got 200 million from Netflix, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean...
They should have... They're just going to have... If it's any sense at all, put it in the bin.
Well, I don't know, I think... I'm not really bothered. I haven't even watched the Oprah interview. I just don't really care that much. So I'm never going to read this memoir unless I have to for work. But I think lots of people will. And it is interesting, certainly. He's an extraordinary character. He's lived an extraordinary life and continues to do so. But obviously, when you're writing about your family, but they're your living family who you want to have an ongoing relationship with, you've got kids and you want them to have a connection with their grandparents, with their auntie and uncle, the fact that they're the prince and princess of Wales, doesn't matter. It's still your, you know, aunt and uncle. They're still your cousins, all the rest of it. You don't necessarily... You know, when someone crucial dies... Sorry, you're like...
Yeah,
me
no,
look
I'm
to
not...
shut up.
I'm you shut up,
but when someone crucial dies, it does make you sort of take stock and reframe things, doesn't it? So I understand where he's coming from.
Let's have a look at wellness policy for police recruits in the Sunday People, Tom.
Yes, Shallow, hello, hello is the headline here. Essentially about the quite surprising support policies that new recruits in police, particularly the West Midlands Police, have been offered. The story here is about Sid the snail, who's a giant snail who one particular recruit brought in essentially as a support animal. So this idea you'd have, you know, usually you think like a puppy or a kitten or something.
Right.
To stroke if you're feeling a bit nervous. To help with his nerves, apparently. Now, I'm probably not the only one wondering...
Carry about when he's on the beat.
Exactly. I mean, you know, Sid's not always going to be there, is he? So if he's got that much problems with his nerves, that's probably not a good idea. Another story here of a recruit who had to brought a blanket to put over her head at moments of high anxiety.
Oh, for heaven's sakes!
It does make
Wait,
you
this
wonder.
is all alleged, to be fair.
This is
Yeah.
well, I believe if it's printed, I believe it. But yes, there is. It's raising those sort of questions about, you know, whilst the police might want to be more inclusive and all the rest of it, that if you do need your emotional support snail with you at all times, then maybe a job on the police.
But it sounds like an episode of The Thin Blue Line.
It really does. You couldn't make it up, could you?
No.
Except that didn't the snail die?
Unfortunately, the snail has since passed away, not in connection with his duties or...
But also the recruit decided not to pursue a career in policing, so maybe it all worked out.
Yes.
Thank heavens.
Yeah.
Grief, can give you a lot of confidence, doesn't it?
Now, Marianne, there's a flight attendant who's going viral with his blog about the things you should never do on an aeroplane.
Yes, that's right. So this is a TikTok video from a popular TikToker.
For your delight.
Please.
You can watch it.
Oh, there we go. OK.
Things you should never do on an airplane. Number 1, do not ever touch the flush button or lever with your bare hands. It's honestly just super unsanitary and it's pretty gross. So when you flush, use a napkin or a tissue that's in the lavatory. Number 2, don't forget to drink water. Stay hydrated. You want to have about 16 ounces for every flight that you go on. Just keep that in mind. Number 3, do not fall asleep or lean your head on the window. You're not the only one who has done that, and you don't know how many people or children have wiped their hands or other things all over the window. Number 4, don't or try not to wear shorts when you're on an airplane. It's the same thing as the window. You never know how clean it's going to be. So if you have pants, you're going to have less germs. Number 5, don't feel afraid to let a flight attendant know if you're feeling sick. We are there to help. So if you need food, water, or an air sickness bag, please feel free to let us know.
Don't wear shorts. Don't lean against the window.
So the don't wear shorts thing, this is in principle because the seat is so filthy, you don't want the filth to be on the backs of your legs.
Yeah, well, what
I'm
about
like, but
skirts
they'll be on my trousers.
Well, you can wash your trap. Well, you can wash your
I
legs.
can wash my legs, exactly.
Yeah, fair point.
Exactly.
He's made a point of it, though, which is interesting, isn't it? And don't touch the flush button with bare hands.
You have to cover your hand. Or, I guess you could touch the flush button and then wash your hands. There's a few get-rounds. I always wonder about the little slidey lock.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing that... And then you have to use the handle to actually get out the thing. Yeah. So then either embrace the germs or get your hand sanitizer.
You do always get off a plane feeling a bit unwell, don't you, a day or two later?
Yes, that's true. I rather liked it during COVID, if you were flying, or at the end of COVID, and they always gave you an antiseptic wipe. That's nice to be able to do that every so often.
Yeah.
But now you'll just take it to the window, maybe. Gosh.
Disinfect your legs
In your
at the
seat
end of
before you get on it.
Yeah, that's it. Or kind of like lay out your own little blanket to cover that.
That's right.
Something like that. And then you have to wash your blanket.
We used to think people like that were weird. I think now it's become more
I think it's still a little bit weird. I mean, to be fair.
Do you?
What, putting your own blanket so my legs don't touch the seat?
But yes, laying a little napkin down or something like that.
Well,
Yeah.
No, I'd agree with you.
fair.
I think that's a bit weird. I do think that's a bit weird. Well, anyway, if you've got any thoughts on what you should or shouldn't do on an aircraft, preferably don't eat the food.
Really?
That really, yeah. I don't know why.
You order a coffee.
Why do we make such a fuss about airline food? It's so horrible. Why eat it anyway? Why not take on?
Oh, I love it when they're on the little tray.
Having your little.
Yeah, I love
things.
that. That's one of the best bits.
Foil tops.
Yes.
Oh, I think.
It feels so
it's
satisfying.
One of his other
Horrible.
tips was always book an aisle seat, so that you can drink lots of water, but you don't disturb people when you get up and go.
I think now that's a genius tip.
There
Yeah.
you go.
Yeah.
Bit of common sense. Look, thank you both. We'll catch up with you in the next hour, so don't go so far. In the meantime, with all your top stories coming up in just a moment.
Looking ahead to today's weather, and the UK is looking like this. Dry with sunny spells for many, but turning cloudier and windier from the northwest. Taking a look at the details.
Southwest England having a fine day. Sunny spells, longer sunny intervals, winds light, temperatures with highs of 18 Celsius.
For southeast England, Sunday will remain dry with sunny spells and light winds. Here too, temperatures will hit highs of 18 in the afternoon.
Plenty of dry weather for South Wales through the morning and afternoon. A few showers possibly affecting the far west. Highs there of about 17.
A chilly start for some in the Midlands, but staying dry with sunny spells. And there will be more cloud during the afternoon, but winds will stay light with highs of 15 or 16.
Now for the northeast of England, a dry day with sunny spells, light winds, but it will turn a little bit breezier by the late afternoon. Highs of, well, 13 to 16.
And a cloudy day for southern Scotland with a few light showers in the west. Winds will be light through the morning, but freshen up for the afternoon. Highs of 14 there.
Northern Ireland seeing sunny spells to start with, but it will become cloudier through the morning. Some light showers and fresher winds for the afternoon. Highs of 15 Celsius.
Rain and stronger winds will sink southwards across the north of the UK through the rest of the day. And that's your weather.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you.
To each and every one of you.
For helping our great nation
Find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Across England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland.
On TV.
On radio and online.
We're proud to be
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flop at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me! And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know. The latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
Today marks the start of the Labour Party conference in Liverpool.
Good morning, it's 8 o'clock, Sunday the 25th of September. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Dan.
And we're live across the whole of the UK on both your TV and your radio. Wherever you are, you can take us with you. Here are the top stories this morning.
Well, Sir Keir Starmer is going to set out his plans to make the UK a world-leading clean energy superpower. The opening day of the Labour Party conference will also see neighbourhood policing and family health care on the agenda.
More than 700 people have been detained across Russia. during the latest protests against the country's military draft. A new law signed by Vladimir Putin says that Russian troops who refuse to fight in Ukraine now face a jail sentence of up to 10 years.
And the palace has released the first photo of Queen Elizabeth's final resting place in St George's Chapel. Her name is inscribed on the slab along with those of her father, her mother and her husband.
And as ever, you know now, you can join in any of our discussions. In fact, please do by emailing gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Oh yeah, we love it when you get in touch. Let's kick off with some pictures, should we, this morning? Because Alan has sent one through. Morning to you, Al. Oh,
beautiful.
Alan.
The colour of the sky, it's purple and red and pink and fantastic.
Oh, wow. If you're on the radio this morning, you're going to have to check this out on the app. This is a sunrise in Tintwistle.
Tintwistle? What a lovely name.
Absolutely stunning.
Brilliant, brilliant photograph, well done. And then we'll move to Barbara's photograph. She says this is one of my favourite pics, a double rainbow over Fairhaven Lake near Lytham St Anne's.
Gorgeous. Angela says, morning from St Ives in Cornwall. As you can imagine, it gets very busy here in the town and around the harbour. But if you're willing to walk for a few minutes, you can have views like this from Porthmore Beach. And that's absolutely
rugged seascape.
Oh, but a beautiful colour of that water. Doesn't it look sort of a bit turquoisey?
Yes, it looks a bit deceptively warm.
It
I doubt
does.
it is. Craig says, good morning. Our children Louis and Bella spotted this huge rainbow over lovely Apposoch Harbour. And that is gorgeous.
That is. Do you know, I love a rainbow.
I know, aren't they spectacular? Do you remember the ones that were over the skyline, really, of the Thames on the morning of Queen Elizabeth's funeral?
I know.
I mean, that was just incredible. And it was a double rainbow.
Yeah.
And some photographers caught it absolutely beautifully.
I know, you can't. Actually, that's a double rainbow.
It is.
Isn't
You can see it
just
on the
see
right.
The right,
Yeah.
it's the faint one.
Yeah.
Absolutely gorgeous. Heath, morning Heath, says this is the sunrise in Essex this morning.
Another wonderful one. Again over water. It's spectacular when it's over water because you see the double reflection.
Yes, you lot aren't just downloading these from Google Images.
Of course they're not.
That's...
My brother-in-law goes out running very early every morning and he captures the most amazing shots. I think you've got to get up early for the good ones, haven't you?
Oh, but that's just so lovely. That little bit of cloud, well, it's a lot of cloud cover, but what a difference it makes.
It's a scudding cloud and it's catching that...
A scudding cloud?
It's a scudding cloud.
Is that what they call it?
Yeah.
Oh, how lovely.
Jans says, morning, Anne and Stephen, an autumn sky. Oh, that's lovely too.
Wow.
An autumn sky from my kitchen window in Catterick in North Yorkshire.
Proper orange.
It almost looks as though the sky's on fire there, doesn't it?
Oh, how
that is really
lovely.
beautiful.
Oh, Jenny's up in the lakes, Ullswater. Oh, I love Ullswater. I was back on Ullswater, stand-up paddleboarding yesterday. Lots of sign of autumn coming through.
Yeah.
Looking forward to when the colours are out with a full-on bang in a couple of weeks. Can't wait. Love my mornings with you both. Always make me giggle. Oh, that's nice.
Good.
That's lovely. Ullswater's beautiful.
Yeah.
Just to see that, it's the backdrop, isn't it? Yeah. Absolutely gorgeous.
Thank you so much for sending your pictures in. That's absolutely brilliant.
Oh, it's nice. It gives you a lift in the morning,
Gets us around the country. We were also looking at that picture there that Buckingham Palace have now made public of the Queen's final resting place. It's in the chapel of...
the George VI Memorial Chapel.
Which is at Windsor. And you can go and see it from next week, apparently. £28.50 for an entrance ticket for an adult.
Into Windsor. So you get the whole of the Windsor.
So you get the whole of it,
tour
but you'll then be able to go and see the Queen's final resting place. And it's very tiny, isn't it?
Tiny. The chapel is, the Memorial Chapel is absolutely tiny. It's just off the side of...
There. I mean, look how small it is.
Yeah.
But she's buried there now with Prince Philip and with her father and mother. So it's, King, Queen, and then Queen and Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh.
It's it's lovely.
I'd go and see that. I'd like to go and see that.
Yeah, I'd like to go and see that. There's just something very, final about it. Well,
of course.
These things are, aren't they? But
yeah.
it'd be lovely to go there and pay respects, actually. Just have a moment looking down on that. It's going to be busy.
I wonder if you'd be able to take flowers. There's somewhere you can put flowers or light candles. I wonder what they
I don't know. I'm sure there's something that can be done. Look, we're going to talk politics now because it is the opening day of the Labour Party conference in Liverpool. Jim in Minehead said Labour's got to give some honest costing to its green superpower status, and that's because Sir Keir Starmer is going to lay out plans to apparently make the UK a global green energy superpower by 2030 if they get into government. That doesn't give them very long at all.
It doesn't, but they claim that their energy policy is going to save UK households about £475 a year and create over 200,000 jobs.
Yeah, well, let's head to the conference. Our political correspondent, Tom Harwood, is there for us. I mean, if they're going to stick to this, Tom, I mean, it really would put the pressure on. They've got a lot to deliver in what would be, little over 6 years.
Yes, it's an ambitious policy, but it is the sort of announcement that we're expecting to perhaps hear more of this week. The Labour Party conference is really trying to project what the Labour Party would do in power, talking out to the country as much as it is talking to its own foot soldiers here in Liverpool. And that's a marked difference from what we saw last year in Brighton, when there were so many different factional fights within the Labour Party, when there was so much discussion and debate over the rules of the Labour Party. Votes on the conference floor, a very, very busy schedule for those actual constitutional amendments that we saw last year. Very much less of that this year, a much more slimmed down agenda, and potentially a lot more of talking to the country rather than talking to itself as a party. That's certainly the aim of the Labour Party leadership now. Sir Keir Starmer feels like he's more in control of what Labour is trying to project as a more united party this year. There have been NEC elections of the Labour Party, and Sir Keir's allies have now got a firm majority on that ruling body of the party, and so really trying to face out to the country, trying to project what would happen in a Labour government is the name of the game here in these 4 days in Liverpool. And it's interesting to look at what is going to happen today. First of all, the Labour Party, for the first time in its history, opening a conference with the national anthem. God Save the King will be sung here this morning as Sir Keir Starmer makes a short opening speech to this conference. And that hasn't been without controversy for some Labour Party figures. Indeed, the former Labour leader, Jeremy Corbyn, has been saying he didn't think it's necessary. And of course, while he's not a Labour MP anymore, still suspended, he has a large following with those who attend the conference. It'll be interesting to see how well that goes down in the hall. But one of the biggest set-piece events today is the big speech of the deputy leader of the Labour Party, Angela Rayner. She's a bit of a cult figure amongst the party faithful, always does well in the fringe meetings and events in the evenings. No doubt she will raise the hall as well with a speech that we can expect to be fairly passionate. Some say she's a more passionate speaker than the Labour Party leader, but we can expect that at around 11:20 as well. That's a bit of a flavour of what to expect today at Labour Party conference. And of course, this is running until noon on Wednesday.
OK, Tom, thank you.
Well, let's bring in Dennis McShane, former Labour Minister for Europe and author of a book called Must Labour Always Lose? And that's the... Very good morning to you. Nice to see you. I guess that's the ultimate question. Do you think this time Labour wouldn't lose? This time they could win through?
I think there's been a big change. If you'd asked me that question, Anne, on Friday morning, I'd have said, touch and go, Tories ditch a kind of unpopular lying Prime Minister, bring in a sparky new young woman. And then by Friday evening, the whole world was falling down with people like Julia Hartley-Brewer, you know, our favourite right-wing commentator, saying, what are they up to with the country suffering from an energy crisis, a heating crisis, a food crisis, a poverty crisis, an NHS crisis? All they can do is give massive tax cuts to the richest people in the country. And if I may just very, very quickly, very important story in, I think, the Sunday Times today, that what Kwasi Kwarteng has also done is freeze tax bands. That sounds techie. What it means is if you're on a medium, lower salary, as inflation goes up, your tax, you don't pay any more because of inflation. He's frozen that, so 4 or 5 million people are now going to pay increased tax at the bottom of the heap, while all the rich Tory guys at the top of the heap get £50,000 bonuses. I mean, frankly, I couldn't have devised a better policy for Labour to start the conference.
But they're coming forward, and necessarily so, with their own plans of how to stimulate growth, which is key to all of this, making the UK a green superpower by 2030. Now, if they get in 2024, that gives them 6 years. I mean, that's a task beyond comprehension, actually. We need to see the nitty-gritty, don't we?
I think we're in a national emergency. We're in a national emergency with the poverty, the cost of living, and the fact that we've taken no steps for 10 years to deal with the energy crisis and the need to insulate our homes, to reduce energy consumption, no longer to be at the dependence of Vladimir Putin and the other Vladimir Putins of the world. So yes, it is, if you like, a 6-year war footing emergency plan. I hope it can work. I agree there'll be lots of difficulties, but better to be ambitious, to make Britain no longer at the mercy, and we've been at the mercy in the 1970s, we've been at the mercy in the past and today, at people like Putin, at the kings of Saudi Arabia and the Arab oil states. And if we can imagine a country where every home was insulated, where I'm staying at my daughter's home in Sheffield on my way to Liverpool. It's a nice, lovely house, but it doesn't have double glazing like every house in Germany does.
Yeah, I was going to ask you why you aren't already at the conference, but you're going later. You, in your time, have witnessed so many different and different sorts of Labour leaders. How do you think Keir Starmer is shaping up?
He's absolutely fascinating. I mean, he's not flamboyant. He's not one of the great orators. He's not a Jeremy Corbyn with a socialist vision of everything. He's not a Neil Kinnock, who's always had 100 or maybe 200 words to march us up to the top of the hill, and then we all had to march down again. He's probably more like a Clement Attlee. I'm nervous. I mean, I think you have to be my age even to know who Clement Attlee was. That's a rather dull, prosaic, but honest Prime Minister we had after 1945 and alongside Churchill during the war. He'll take decisions in the best interest, I think, of the country. He doesn't have anything to prove. He's not a lefty at all. So I don't know whether he'll turn the country on at an election, but I think, thanks to Liz and Kwasi, we've now got almost sort of Tory Jeremy Corbyns running the show. This sort of Trotskyist Toryism of really slightly batty stuff. If only the rich were much, 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 much richer, then all would be well. There's no modern economy that can be based on that, is there?
But we need to see, though, this is all about growth. There are lots of benefits that have been paid to the rest of society. You look at the freezing of the new energy cap at £2,500. Everyone is getting a tax cut. A much more modest one, of course, but they are getting the tax cuts there. So there is stuff for the rest of the country as well, but this is aimed at growth. It's about getting the economy growing again. Now, that is crucial. If that proves to work, it's going to take a few months to find out, but that could be the key to getting out of this hole, couldn't it?
Stephen, I absolutely agree with you. And I really did think, and I did say, and I do a lot of stuff around Europe and talk about British politics to European media, and said, don't diss Liz. I hated all those attacks on her from the left. They're very unpleasant. I know her. She's ambitious. She's pushy. She's dynamic. She's not stupid. Far from it. You know what she did after she finished the usual political degree at Oxford, philosophy, politics and economics? She went off and qualified as a chartered accountant. I can hardly count to 10. I can't imagine what it's like to pass a chartered accountant's exam. So she's a tough woman, and she knows what she wants. She's taking a massive punt, and frankly, I don't care. I've got grandchildren coming along now. I want them to grow up in a good country, but I have to look at every single newspaper headline, every single newspaper story, and everybody. At best, they say it's a high wire gamble. We'll see, but that does open space for Labour that says no. Let's return to the old British values of brick by brick, building and serving all of the country, not just the mega rich.
You live anywhere else?
Me personally, no. I live in normally live in London. My daughter's up here. I just came up here. Sort of funny way to get to Liverpool, I know, but I'll be there in an hour or two.
Would you live in any other country?
Probably not. I did live and work in Switzerland and lived in France for 15 years, which I liked very much. But no, come on, I'm British. This country made me. Its language made me. It's a country I love. It's a country on my mother's side from Ireland. No, not really. I don't mind. I'm relaxed living in other countries. I'm saying, when I was out on the Peak District yesterday at the Norfolk Arms, I can recommend it. Just a couple of hours. I'm not drinking a lot. And a lovely pub meal last night. No better meal in Europe.
That's because, the news recently has been so grim and a lot of people talk our country down.
I don't think you can talk a country down and talk a country up. Political leaders can do a country down and do a country up. There's no doubt in the 1970s, when the Labour Party allowed trade unions, military trade unions, to have far too much of a say. I remember Dennis Healey telling me he had to take 5 phone calls a day from trade union bosses. That was outrageous. No Chancellor Exchequer should be taking phone calls from any lobby group, business or trade unions. And that was a bad, that was an unhappy decade, I'd say. Now we want our country to do well, but you can't look. I mean, Stephen, you mentioned the tax help on electricity. Every other European country did that 2 months ago. We've had 2 months of fear. I told everybody as soon as the Tory party conference was over, whoever won, probably Liz Truss, she would copy Europe. It's happened. I'm glad. But why do we have to wait 2 months and all the fear and worry and concerns that there are? So it is simply this lack of dynamism in Britain that we've seen in the last 10 years with gimmicks, endless gimmicks. And do you remember David Cameron as Prime Minister? He took us into regime change intervention in Libya and Syria, and we've still got hundreds of thousands, millions of refugees fleeing from those 2 countries thanks to that grotesque blunder. I won't get into Theresa May, and if you don't mind, he's a friend. I'd rather not mention Boris Johnson. I mean, I wish Liz well, but I must say...
Let me ask you, because the key to it, I mean, your book's called Why Must Labour Always Lose? Well, Labour didn't lose under Tony Blair. You served under Tony Blair. He won election after election after election. And yet, of course, remains extremely unpopular amongst maybe not as many of the Labour politicians now, but certainly amongst the sort of rank and file, if you like. So Labour's most successful Prime Minister isn't liked.
When I was a kid, a young Labour activist, a young Labour candidate in the 1970s, the man that everybody on the left hated was Harold Wilson. He won 4 elections, actually won more than Tony Blair, but the absolute definition of the Labour activist is it's a man or a woman or a trans who will never forgive a Labour leader for winning an election. So over to Keir Starmer to see if he can change that. No, my book argues simply the fact that since 1966, Labour has only won in 4 years, 74, 97, 2001, 2005. That's an unbelievably bad record. So I invite people in reading that book to ask why. I've got my own answers in it, but it's for everybody in Labour to decide why. I think Keir Starmer certainly has taken Labour to a much, much better position than it was in the previous 10 years. Whether that's convertible, because there's so many social changes, and to win a majority government, you've got the problem of Scotland. You don't want to discuss all that this morning. But undoubtedly, Labour is in a much stronger position now than it has been in the last 12 years.
Yes.
Dennis, do you know what, Dennis? It's really lovely to talk to you. Yeah. It's been many years since when you were doing the rounds, as it were, so it's lovely to talk to you once again.
Will you come in one day? Come into the studio and we can
I love GBNews. It's my favourite channel. I mean, you guys, you're the first one to honour me with a morning show. But Akko and lovely Alistair Stewart, an old friend, he wheels me in at the weekends. I mean, I'm going to upset everybody. They're going to crucify me when I get over to Liverpool Liverpool. I mean, I know you're all meant to be dreadful right-wingers, you know, the Daily Mail on TV steroids. I say, no, they're woolly old liberals. They're nice people, you know. They go out paddle boarding in the Lake District like any
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Exactly right.
No. Well, you have an invitation, a standing invitation now to come in and see me and Stephen at weekends. That'd be lovely. But enjoy this conference.
Yes.
It's going to be fireworks, I think.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. Isn't it sometimes there's something quite reassuring about the familiar old voices, and it's when people get out of politics and they can be a bit more honest.
And they become so much more interesting.
Don't they just? Yeah. Don't they just? And they're prepared to say, yes, I think the government's got it right on this, however...
It's not that they weren't honest when they were in power, it's just that they were so restricted in what they felt they could say. And suddenly it becomes so much more interesting. Dennis, if you're still watching, sorry, but really,
yeah,
it's true.
That is true.
Lovely.
Now, a bit of royal news for you.
Actually,
have we got... I don't suppose we've got that picture of the Queen's grave. Look at the gravestone.
So. I mean, I've got it here. There's a great big spread on it.
That's been announced. And you may be wondering, well, why is there no mention of Princess Margaret on that stone? But if you can see on the picture, leaning up against the side, is another stone, which... Oh, there you go. And that says, in thankful remembrance of Her Royal Highness the Princess Margaret, Countess of Snowdon, born 21st of August 1930, died February the... Oh, I can't read that. February the 9th, I think it says, 2002.
The vault is so small that it was always said, and Margaret, I think, said she wanted to be buried with her parents. And they said there really isn't room. She said, well, in that case, I'll be cremated.
Yeah, so that's her stone just on the top left of your screen there.
And Prince Philip was also kept in a different vault for the last year or so, in the understanding that he would wait until the Queen died, and then they would be buried together in where you're seeing now, with George VI and Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother. So there you are.
There was a picture in one of the papers the other day of those five posing together, the King and Queen, Margaret, Elizabeth and Philip.
Yeah.
Just on a sofa, and Philip draped over the back of a sofa, you know, you imagine the style. And to think they are now all together.
That's terribly sad.
It is sad.
We are very much in a new era. Isn't it interesting as well that at the Labour Party conference they're going to play God Save the King?
Yes, well, I mean, I didn't know they didn't. It'd be interesting if that upsets people. That's interesting. I mean, surely the vast majority of people must support that.
In the olden days, they used to sing the Red Flag, didn't they?
Oh, well, I suppose they did.
They did. And then they stopped that, I think, in New Labour. Clearly, they haven't played anything much since, except things will only get better.
D-Ream, that was a... Do you know who was the...
Brian
Cox. Professor Brian Cox was the keyboard player in D-Ream.
Yes, he was, yeah.
Or something like, keyboards, I think.
Yes. I know, quite amazing, isn't it?
We could waffle on all morning, couldn't we?
Yes, certainly could.
Anyway, let's kick off with the royal stuff then. The first official picture of King Charles III and his red box has been released. We showed you this yesterday. This is him carrying out his official duties. And
meanwhile, the new Prince and Princess of Wales have been thanking volunteers in Windsor. So they're out and about already. And they're sort of stamping it firm that this is the new firm, isn't it?
Yeah.
Charles at the top and very much William and Kate in the next rung.
Meanwhile, Harry and Meghan are doing something as well, but they're changing PR firms.
Again. Let's talk to Pandora Forsyth, who I think we can join now. Hello, Pandora. What's going on with Harry and Meghan? I mean, they changed PR firms so many times, one wonders who they're listening to.
Yeah, quite. Well, this PR firm has been related with Meghan for quite a while, put it that way. Meghan has been working with the PR firm when she was on that big Netflix series, The Suits. I don't know if either of you two watched that, but her publicist as well from that PR firm came to the wedding. We all remember that day very, very well. So, she has been working with them for quite a while. Now, we do know that obviously when they were senior royals in the royal family, that that, you know, it was very much the royal way of doing things. And then when they left, obviously, they needed an American side when they went over. And obviously, due to the fact that they are an American PR firm, that's why they stuck with them. But obviously, they've got lots of projects going on, you know, Netflix, Spotify, to name a few. I think they've left it on very good terms. But it'll be interesting now that they've left this PR firm, what their next move will be. Everyone's speculating, as they did over the last couple of weeks, and we knew this would happen after the funeral, after the dust has settled, what will be next for them. So it'll be interesting to see now what their next moves will be.
Got bucket loads of cash, haven't they? I mean, they're not short of a bob or two. Why do they need to do anything that is in the light? They said they didn't want to be in the limelight. Why do they need a PR company at all?
Well, they need someone representing them, don't they? And a PR firm sort of is that sort of person in between. And they also need constant cash coming through. I'm sure their lives aren't cheap, and they obviously need security, and they need to fund their own security, which runs into, you know, thousands and thousands of pounds, or should I say dollars, over there. So they do need people representing them. I'm just interested to see what they'll do next, because they've got Netflix, they've got Spotify, also they've got Archewell, they've now got the podcast from Meghan, which obviously went on hold due to the Queen's funeral, the late Queen's funeral. So I'm not sure really what they'll be doing next. They're so private.
Forgive me for jumping in, but I mean, things like Archewell has been just is that Meghan's own podcast or is hers separate? I don't know. I've lost track.
Hers is separate.
But she's been absolutely panned for that podcast. Now, is there a sense within all of that they're saying with a PR firm, actually, the ideas you've come up with aren't working? We're getting very negative press out of all of this rather than positive press.
I'm not sure as the reason why they're leaving. I'm sure they'll be very, very cagey about letting everyone know why they're splitting from them. But as I said, they've worked with them for years and they are leaving on good terms. And to be fair to Meghan, yes, people have slated that podcast, but it was also number one on Spotify for a few days. So even though people, you know, may not be a fan of Harry and Meghan, they still listen to absolutely everything they do, and we're still talking about it. And they very much will be aware of that, and that's what they'll be working on. And of course, they've got very, very tricky territory here, haven't they? Because in order for people to carry on buying into their brand, they need the royal titles, but they can't wind up the royal family too much because otherwise they could potentially lose them. So it's a constant balancing act, which just divides people into pro Harry and Meghan and anti Harry and Meghan. It's just it's a constant cycle, as you well both know.
Yes, it just seems that, I mean, yes, all the rumours are that they take no advice from anyone anyway. But if there is anyone trying to advise them or at least handle their publicity, whoever it is doesn't understand the British psyche, it seems to me. They're doing it in a very Hollywood way, anything to make money. You know, no publicity is bad publicity. But here back in Britain and growing in the States is this feeling that it just isn't right, some of the things they've been saying.
No, I don't think that they've expected the way that the States has gone, if I'm honest, how they've been received there. I think they thought they'd go over there and it will be sort of happy sailing, as it were, and things would change. But, you know, everyone's got their own opinion on them. And as I said, they not only split the UK, but they split every nation. So yes, I think it will be difficult territory now to see what they'll do next, because they've been on Oprah, they've done Netflix, they're now doing the podcast. What else can they do without winding up the royal family too much?
Take a vow of silence.
Yeah.
That would be my advice.
Style, is it?
No. Pandora, good to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed. Don't go anywhere. We've got all your top stories in just a couple of minutes after the weather.
Looking ahead to today's weather, and the UK is looking like this. Dry with sunny spells for many, but turning cloudier and windier from the northwest. Taking a look at the details.
Southwest England having a fine day. Sunny spells, longer sunny intervals, winds light, temperatures with highs of 18 Celsius.
For southeast England, Sunday will remain dry with sunny spells and light winds. Here too, temperatures will hit highs of 18 in the afternoon.
Plenty of dry weather for South Wales through the morning and afternoon. A few showers possibly affecting the far west. Highs there of about 17.
A chilly start for some in the Midlands, but staying dry with sunny spells. And there will be more cloud during the afternoon, but winds will stay light with highs of 15 or 16.
Now for the northeast of England, a dry day with sunny spells, light winds, but it will turn a little bit breezier by the late afternoon. Highs of, well, 13 to 16.
And a cloudy day for southern Scotland with a few light showers in the west. Winds will be light through the morning, but freshen up for the afternoon. Highs of 14 there.
Northern Ireland seeing sunny spells to start with, but it will become cloudier through the morning. Some light showers and fresher winds for the afternoon. Highs of 15 Celsius.
Rain and stronger winds will sink southwards across the north of the UK through the rest of the day. And that's your weather.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
To each and every one of you.
For helping our great nation
Find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Across England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland.
On TV.
On radio and online.
We're proud to be
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flock at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know. The latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News. .33 morning to you. Paul's been in touch. Paul wants to vent his frustration. That even on GB News, your presenters, I think he means me and you, are now following the destructive green narrative that wind turbines are good. We're witnessing an energy problem because of green taxes to pay for these things. I don't know if that's actually right,
No, I was
Paul.
going to say that's your view.
I don't think the crisis we're having is because of green taxes. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm no fan of green taxes, Paul. But I don't think green energy is bad. I don't think wind turbines are bad.
Sustainable energy, I think green energy surely is a good thing.
That's got to be a good thing for the whole future of the world, hasn't it, eventually?
John's got an interesting point. He says, if the move to green energy is too fast, it will cause huge numbers of deaths through energy poverty. I believe politicians need to keep out of it and let private sector innovation solve the problems. Now, you were talking about that yesterday, is what
Elon
we need is a
Musk
sort of
and all that
Elon
sort of
Musk
thing.
figure to come in and say, right, I've invented a new way of sourcing energy.
Yeah.
Maybe that is what we need.
It's not a bad idea.
No, I
actually.
think that's the coolest idea of all.
Yeah.
Things not to do on a plane. We were talking about that
yes.
earlier. Dee says, I always use my own antiseptic wipes to clean the whole area around my seat. Problem solved. See, I'm beginning to think that too.
I'm not that fussed. Steve says, best thing about flying, don't. Only flown once, never again.
Oh.
We're not meant to be that high off the ground. Felt like a Pringle in a can.
politics.
Oh, yeah, but it's a quick way to get somewhere.
I know, but you always go through that slight doubt at takeoff, don't you? You think, this is a good idea. No, you're up. And then you're up.
Then you're up. What can you do about it? You can't get off halfway.
Jackie says, always clean the TV or video screen with an antibacterial wipe before you even breathe in near it, let alone touch it. Always use something like First Defence before your flight. It's a bug barrier that you put up your nose. The only time I didn't end up with some nasty flu-type bug 48 hours after a flight was the time when I did that. You were saying that, weren't you?
Yeah, but I don't care again. I touch everything. I don't care.
Well, these are people like you. That's why we need antibacterial wipes.
Yeah, I can't be that bothered. I can't worry that much about all of that sort of thing, to be honest. Just get on the plane, order a cup of tea.
Yeah.
And there you go. And order a tin of Pringles and you know how they feel.
And yes, that's right. And look at 40 Holiday or wherever you're going.
Yeah. Anyway, there you go. Now, let's talk politics again, should we? Because in the 2019 election, as you know, lots of constituencies in the North West voted Conservative for the first time in decades.
Like Workington in Cumbria, Bolton North East in Greater Manchester and Blackpool South in Lancashire. That's just a few of them.
Well, our North West of England reporter Sophie Reaper has been catching up with the good people of Lee to find out what Labour would have to do to win their seat back there.
Today, the annual Labour Party conference will begin in Liverpool.
We're in the middle of a national emergency. People are really scared.
A well-established Labour heartland, Merseyside may be a safe bet for Keir Starmer and his MPs, but what about the rest of the North West? Since 1922, the people here in the constituency of Lee have always voted Labour. Even before that, they voted for the Liberal Party rather than for the Conservatives. However, in 2019, that all changed. With a swing of 12%, the Conservative Party were able to take this constituency right in the Labour heartlands for the very first time. So, what can Labour do to rebuild their red wall here in the north?
I think if they go back to the working person and Labour try and pull through on dealing with the working person and the average person that's in Lee, delivering on what they said they're going to do. And an Excel's twist.
As the owner of a hot yoga studio, Leah's energy bills are forecast to double come the winter. This week, the government announced they were capping the cost of gas and electricity for the next 6 months. But for small businesses, Leah says this isn't enough.
6 months flies by. It gets us over winter, yes, it's a help. But it's getting to the point where you do question whether you're going to survive. It's getting to the point where you think, is it worth it? Keep trying to fight through it.
With over half of small businesses in the UK predicting they will shrink or even fold within the next 12 months, Leah is not alone.
We've had 3 years of a Tory government in Lee. There's been no change. I've not seen any change whatsoever. Sick and tired of people keep going on about it's levelling up. We desperately need something doing, you know what I mean? Not just for ourselves, all the small traders from down country.
So, what would Labour need to do to win back the votes of Lee's constituents?
For me, with any politician, I'd rather they be honest and set goals that are realistic for people.
They need to invest in the town centre. If you go to the high street, so many shops are boarded up or vacant.
I think a lot of people want Labour back in to do for the working class people, and to make changes.
Like many up and down the UK, the people of Lee want a government who can deliver during these hard times. Now, if Labour want to rebuild their red wall here in the north, they'll have to prove themselves brick by brick. Sophie Reaper, GB News.
Well, Sophie joins us now from a gym in Lee. Morning to you, Sophie. Hope you're going to get stuck in on that equipment at some point. I mean, what do you think the general mood is in Lee? I mean, are they disappointed with what has happened since they voted blue?
Well, a very good morning to you both. To answer your question, Stephen, I don't know if I'm particularly dressed for getting on any of the equipment here at the gym this morning, but you never know. In terms of the mood here in Lee, I think the word disappointed absolutely captures the mood here. And when I've been speaking to people this week, that's what they said is the reason Lee voted Conservative back in 2019 was because the Labour Party just weren't delivering for them. Now, of course, as we mentioned, the Labour Party conference starts in Liverpool today, and if they want to take back their seat here in Leigh, the people here want honesty. They want their party to deliver, and they want them to level up this small northern town. Now, the thing on most people's mind at the minute is, of course, the cost of living crisis. That's not just in Leigh, that's up and down the UK. Now, I've been speaking to the owner of this gym this morning, and she told me that bills are, of course, a concern, but what really worries them right now is memberships. Of course, a membership to a gym is right now considered a luxury, and people are having to choose between that and often heating their homes or feeding their families. So right now, membership for them, she told me that a lot of people just aren't in a place to be able to afford it, and as a result their survival is a concern. So if Labour want to take back the constituency of Leigh, they're going to have to prove that they can deliver for the people during this really quite difficult time.
Yeah, it's a big ask, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But also, the Tory party's got to deliver as well for the people of Leigh, and then they'll have to make up their mind. Sophie, thanks very much indeed. Get your kit on, as they say.
Get your kit on, yes. You're so sorry about me squirming about. I'm so uncomfortable.
Are you?
Yeah.
It's the seats.
But
I'm cold.
It's the seats, plus I've got my hamstrings.
You're uncomfortable and I'm cold.
I can't win.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can't win anyway.
Foods you can't live without when you're abroad. OK?
Right, yeah, go on.
Philip says, we were talking about this earlier. Philip says, I lived and worked in the Far East for 42 years. I used to have camp coffee sent out.
Oh, that's a blast from the past.
That really is. Do they still make it? It always looked like gravy.
Yeah, in a little bottle. But
in a bottle.
Had hickory in it.
Yeah, but it was also very Indian or something, wasn't it? It had a funny label on it that was very harked back, frankly, to the Empire.
Yes, yeah.
Like if you were out somewhere stuck out in the Empire, that's what you drank. Camp coffee. I always thought it smelt funny. But he said, well, I worked out in the Far East for 42 years, and that's when I used to have it sent out to me. Now I'm living back in the UK. What do I miss? Lobster, rock lobsters, proper prawns and fresh fish.
Can't have it all, Philip.
Yeah, you get a taste for these things where you live.
At least you've got your camp coffee and a bit of Marmite. What more do you want?
Oh, the two together.
Still to come for you this morning, all things showbiz with our very own Stephanie. We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
to each and every one of you
for helping our great nation
find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Across England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland.
On TV,
on radio
and online.
We're proud to be
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flock at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness, brilliant. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
Time for the papers this morning. Anthropologist Mariana Hotter and editor of Spiked Online, Tom Slater, are here. Morning to you both.
Good morning.
The Sunday Telegraph talking about the politics of envy. Marianne?
Yes, that's right. So, the mini-budget on Friday. a number of measures announced, including things like cutting, as in entirely removing, the 45% tax rate for the highest earners. So these are people who earn over 150 grand. And you've got Chris Philp, who's the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, saying, oh, the squeezed middle, which is basically all the normal people who work hard, have jobs, don't earn shed loads of money, but, you know, aren't necessarily sharing one crust of bread between four. Those people who might be sitting there this morning criticising some of those decisions because they massively benefit the really, really super rich rather than most people, that's the politics of envy, apparently. That's because we're jealous of the rich people and we don't work as hard. And that's why we're not as rich.
Well, it's not about not working as hard, is it?
It's utter nonsense.
But should you... Oh, sorry, I do apologise. My watch is beeping.
Hello? No, he's on the telly. Just give him a minute.
But, I mean, the 45p rate never... When was it introduced? It never used to be there.
It was... Gordon Brown introduced it in, I think, 2009, and it was 50%, and then it got reduced to 45%. But this is... I mean... There are some measures. I'm not naturally a Tory.
You've got to not disincentivise people who are getting rich.
Well, this is what Kwasi Kwarteng says. He says, you know, we can't disincentivise rich people making more money is good for the whole economy. This kind of... I consider that to be kind of this trickle-down economics idea, that if you have loads of millionaires, the person cleaning the office in the evening will have a bit of a better life and they might get an extra 10p per hour. It's not, let's be honest, that's been pretty thoroughly debunked. And, you know, you kind of look at the Thatcher years or you look at the...
Well, she was said to be very disillusioned at the end of her time in office.
By her own policies.
Yes, that trickle-down economics didn't work, and she found that the people who made a lot of money at the top wanted to keep their own money and weren't necessarily improving the lives of those lower down.
And wealth creates wealth much more rapidly than working really hard for an hourly salary. I mean, that's just true. That's just how it is. If you've got money making interest or you've got property... you know, going up in value, then you're doing a hell of a lot better than someone working on the minimum wage. Anyway, so it's the politics of envy, apparently.
Well, how is all this going to play out in the red wall seats, Tom, according to The Observer?
So this is the other side of this, really, which is the concern voiced by some, excuse me, leading Tory MPs about how this will play in the red wall, because obviously Liz Truss is benefiting from this 80-seat majority, won by a very different kind of Tory party under Boris Johnson, one that wanted to lean to the left on a lot of economic issues, to be a kind of slightly more interventionist sort of government. Now, in the end, levelling up ended up being a kind of slogan in pursuit of an agenda. It wasn't exactly clear what it was. Whenever they tried to do anything that would benefit a lot of those red wall seats, the blue wall, so-called, would get very upset and it would be damped down. But still, that was the sell to a lot of people. And what we've essentially got now is that a kind of quite a small sliver of the sort of electorate kind of pro-Brexit, but kind of see Brexit as a way to end up with a low-tax, low-regulation sort of Singapore-on-Thames. That was always a very small part of the Leave vote, and yet it now runs the entire country. And that's going to be a very tricky sell come the next election when you've got a lot of people who are not natural free marketeers, you know, in former mining towns, in, again, kind of those newly Tory working-class constituencies. They're not on board with this sort of agenda.
Unless, I suppose, they can prove by the next general election that the mini-budget worked. It's got to be seen to be working.
Well, this is the thing. Before you answer that, Mary-Anne, I've 60 seconds. I'm going to count you down.
OK.
Looking at gardens.
OK. Yeah, this is important. So, you know, we're all absolutely outraged, rightly, about all those raw sewage outfalls. One of the ways for us to individually help that, apparently, is to make our gardens sinks for water. So basically, instead of having AstroTurf, decking, a patio and a driveway, all hard surfaces, so when it rains, nothing penetrates down into the earth to refill those water reserves, but also it all runs off into the drains and floods. Instead, have a pond or a bog garden. You can Google it.
Oh, I'd love a bog garden.
Oh, there you go.
Not the whole garden, but, you know, like a nice bit at the bottom.
Yeah. So make some of it much more natural.
And kind of soggy. Ferns, you know, pretty things like that.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Lily pads.
Don't set me off.
Everyone wants a lily pad.
I can just see lily pads in my back garden.
Mary-Anne, Tom, thank you both very much indeed. Good to see you this morning. Let's just very quickly bring you up to date with some of the headlines. And Sir Keir Starmer will use the Labour Party conference to announce plans to end the UK's dependence on fossil fuels by 2030. The Labour leader says generating electricity through renewables and nuclear would save us about £500 each a year.
Meanwhile, the Prime Minister, Liz Truss, is expected to relax immigration rules as parts of plans to boost business growth. Employers have been calling for more migrant workers to be given UK visas due to labour shortages.
The Defence Secretary has announced a funding boost of £52 billion to grow Britain's military in response to Russian aggression. Ben Wallace has told the Sunday Telegraph the 3% increase has come after decades of defending against cuts.
And a British fighter freed after 5 months being held by Russian-backed forces has admitted he didn't think he would survive. Aidan Aslin told The Sun he was beaten, stabbed and forced to listen to Soviet music 24 hours a day. He was sentenced to death alongside fellow Briton Sean Pinner, but they were released on Wednesday.
Time for showbiz this morning. Stephanie Tetchy is here.
Good morning.
Good morning. Let's talk about Anne's favourite programme.
Oh, yes.
No, it's not my favourite, but it's certainly one of them. It's The Crown. They've been filming it.
It is.
You've seen the pictures in the Daily Mail today?
I have seen the pictures. Elizabeth Debicki's doing a great job as Princess Diana. She really is.
Oh, so the new season, we know when it's coming out?
It's been announced now because Netflix have been having like a global fan event where they've been teasing all these different shows that are coming. And yesterday they revealed that The Crown, the new season, season 5, will be coming to Netflix on November 9th. So there was a pause on filming when Queen Elizabeth passed away, but now they're filming season 6. So in season 5, we're going to be seeing Dominic West, who's going to be playing Prince Charles, and Elizabeth Debicki, who will be playing Princess Diana. So it's going to be mostly based upon the fallout of their marriage and the split. So we're not actually going to see Princess Diana passing away till season 6, which will be the last and final series.
Break.
Yes, and playing the Queen will be Imelda Staunton, so she'll be taking the ranks over from Olivia Colman, so it'll be quite interesting to see how she does.
How differently she looks as well.
She does.
Very different faces.
Very. I feel like she will be able... I've interviewed her about the role, and she says that she's been studying the Queen so much, and she's hoping to give the role the justice it deserves.
I hope she does well, because I'd like Imelda Staunton.
Olivia Colman did the Queen in her harder years.
Yeah.
When she frankly took some bad decisions, for instance, about, lots of things. But her look was much harder.
Yeah.
Imelda has to be a bit
She's
softer,
got a bit softer. Olivia didn't really work for me as the Queen. I just found it very hard to kind of relate to her. But Imelda, I think she will be able to carry, like, the more, like, as you said, the softer side of the Queen, the more regality of it all, the more mother of the Queen. So
we'll get Stephen on it
and we don't have to wait that long. I think we should have a Crown movie night, Stephen. Yes, we should.
OK, maybe. Meanwhile,
yes,
bring things bang up today.
Yes,
Prince Harry. Pressure on to tone down the memoir.
Yeah, so Mail on Sunday have exclusively revealed that he's gone back to the publishers, Penguin, and asked them if they can tone down the book, because obviously, as it stands, maybe some things he's written about the Queen will be distasteful to put out there right now. At the moment, he's obviously signed a £40 million deal with them, and apparently he's already been asked to make changes to it anyway, because the book was shaping out to be mostly about his mental health and a bit more touchy-feely.
They thought it was too touchy-feely and too much dwelling on mental health issues.
Yeah, so, and they obviously want more of the gossip about the royal family, but now, as things stand, it seems like he's trying to put that olive branch between him and the family, and hopefully respect his family a bit more and not go into too much detail about them.
Nobody can figure out whether or not he will be able to pull anything back at the moment.
Well, because
it sounds as though it's already printed.
Yeah, and he signed his name on the dotted line, so when you're trying to then backtrack, the publishers don't care about, family ties. No. They're all about book sales.
Yeah, and so sensational will sell it.
Yeah, definitely, especially at a time like now.
I tell you what, though, it's not a good PR exercise for Penguin Random House.
No.
I've always sort of quite liked Penguin as a brand, and I can't believe they're behind this. I mean, I know it's...
Do anything to make money for publishers.
Yeah. I know.
I guess no one really saw it coming with the Queen, passing the way she did and so quickly. So, you know...
No, except they should have thought.
Yeah.
Harry and Meghan should have thought about it.
Should we cheer ourselves up a bit with a bit of Ellie Simmons and Strictly?
Yes. So last night she made history by being the first contestant to appear on Strictly with Dwarfism, and she done amazing. She got a standing ovation by Shirley Ballas, who was so impressed with her cha-cha-cha with Nikita, and she did actually manage to
Was she
pull it
good?
off. Yeah, she
do it?
was amazing. I thought she was great, and I'm not just saying that. I'm worried about Nikita, though, because he seemed like he was hunching over, you know, to dance with her quite a bit. So I'm like, oh, watch out on that back.
He'll have a bad back by the end of it.
Yeah, he will. But also Karen and Jade received a standing ovation from the audience as one of the first sex couple pairings on the show. So it was a great first night for Strictly. I think this is going to be definitely an entertaining series, and it's going to be hard to see who's going to be the strong ones. But Will Mellor topped the leaderboard yesterday with Hassan Yassin yesterday from Countryfile.
Yeah, he's... Will Mellor's great.
He is.
A great dancer, isn't he?
He can shake his hips.
Yes.
And
lovely
Elton
stuff.
John's been given a medal, sorry.
Yes, we can talk about that in the next
Should we talk about that in the next one? OK, we'll do.
See, Stephanie's watching the clock.
Yeah, right.
Even if Anne isn't. Thank you, Stephanie. We've got all the top stories coming up in just a moment.
Looking ahead to today's weather, and the UK is looking like this. Dry with sunny spells for many, but turning cloudier and windier from the northwest. Taking a look at the details.
Southwest England having a fine day. Sunny spells, longer sunny intervals, winds light, temperatures with highs of 18 Celsius.
For southeast England, Sunday will remain dry with sunny spells and light winds. Here too, temperatures will hit highs of 18 in the afternoon.
Plenty of dry weather for South Wales through the morning and afternoon. A few showers possibly affecting the far west. Highs there of about 17.
A chilly start for some in the Midlands, but staying dry with sunny spells. And there will be more cloud during the afternoon, but winds will stay light with highs of 15 or 16.
Now for the northeast of England, a dry day with sunny spells, light winds, but it will turn a little bit breezier by the late afternoon. Highs of, well, 13 to 16.
And a cloudy day for southern Scotland with a few light showers in the west. Winds will be light through the morning, but freshen up for the afternoon. Highs of 14 there.
Northern Ireland seeing sunny spells to start with, but it will become cloudier through the morning. Some light showers and fresher winds for the afternoon. Highs of 15 Celsius.
Rain and stronger winds will sink southwards across the north of the UK through the rest of the day. And that's your weather.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
to each and every one of you
for helping our great nation
find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Across England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland.
On TV,
On radio,
And online.
We're proud to be
the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flop at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
Today marks the start of the Labour Party conference in Liverpool.
Good morning. It's 9 o'clock on Sunday, the 25th of September. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
We're live across the whole of the UK on your TV, your radio, online. So wherever you are, you can take us with you. These are your top stories.
Well, Sir Keir Starmer will set out his plans to make the UK a world-leading clean energy superpower. The opening day of the Labour Party conference today will also see neighbourhood policing and family healthcare on the agenda.
More than 700 people have been detained across Russia during the latest protests against the country's military draft. A new law signed by Vladimir Putin says Russian troops who refuse to fight in Ukraine face a jail sentence of 10 years.
Buckingham Palace has released the first photo of Queen Elizabeth II's final resting place in St George's Chapel in Windsor. The late Queen's name is inscribed on the black slab with those of her father, King George VI, her mother, Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, and, of course, her husband, Prince Philip.
We'd love to hear from you this morning. As always, do get in touch. Drop us a line. gbviews@gbnews.uk. And actually,
we've got a special message.
We have got a special message, which I think is very nice. Catherine's been in touch. Morning, Catherine. Saying, please could you wish John Raymond and Jean Hansen happy platinum wedding anniversary. It's on
That
Tuesday.
is quite something.
70 years of marriage, which comes up on Tuesday.
Yeah.
27th of September.
To have been married 70 years is quite unusual still, I think.
Oh.
And that's brilliant.
It's good.
So happy wedding anniversary.
Congratulations. What an achievement. Jean, now here we go. This is their wedding day, and this is them now. Jean has got some declining health issues. However, their love endures all.
And they're still together.
They're still together. And that picture that you can see on your right was taken on Jean's 92nd birthday.
Raymond, by the way, is 95. They live in Elland in West Yorkshire. Thank you so much in advance in the hope that this is possible. Well, yes, we have made it possible. Thank you so much for being two of our viewers. Isn't that lovely?
How lovely. I mean, 70 years.
That really is something. You've lived through a whole life together with somebody. All of those shared memories. I mean, this is what the Queen talked about, isn't it? Being with each other for so long that you know everything about each other, and you've gone through all of life's upheavals, ups and downs and wonderful times and some hard times too. What a bond, eh?
It must be like being one person in a way, I think. That's how I view it anyway.
Yeah.
How lovely. Thank you so much for that. Our pleasure to say hello to them.
Well, today, as we've been saying, marks the opening of the Labour Party conference in Liverpool. Labour's leader, Sir Keir Starmer, will lay out landmark plans to make the UK a global green energy superpower by 2030, if, of course, his party is voted into government. Now, Labour are claiming that their energy policy could save UK households something like nearly £500 a year until 2030 and could create over 200,000 jobs.
Well, let's talk to our political correspondent, Tom Harwood, who's up in Liverpool for us this morning. It's ambitious, Tom.
It certainly is. Now, this is not a ambition to get completely renewable energy by 2030, but what is termed low-carbon energy. So there's lots of other bits to play in that, not just the wind farms that I'm sure we'll be hearing a lot about. I've actually had a little peek into the main conference room this morning before everything's got going, and it's interesting just how many shots of wind farms across the countryside they're really showing, trying to create a bit of difference between the Labour Party and the Tory Party on that issue. But of course, we've also heard about carbon capture and storage. We'll hear about nuclear power and the rest of it as well. But this is just the first in a series of policy announcements that we're expecting over these 4 days of Labour Party conference, running from Sunday today right through until midday on Wednesday. Today, the conference will be opened by Sir Keir Starmer this morning, and it will open unusually for the Labour conference with the national anthem. Now, famously, the previous leader of the Labour Party was criticised for his refusal to sing the national anthem, and today we'll be hearing it at the start of the Labour Party conference. It's perhaps a bit cosmetic, but certainly an opportunity for the Labour Party to say that it has changed, that perhaps it's more patriotic. Now, whether every single Labour Party member will agree with this decision, it will be interesting to see. How many people will sing along in the hall, we'll keep a keen eye out for. But that just kicks off all the events today, and perhaps the most seismic thing will be the speech of the deputy leader of the Labour Party, Angela Rayner. She's speaking today, just around this morning, and she will be setting out her really enthusiastic pitch for Labour in government. She's, of course, been said to be more of a passionate speaker than the leader of the Labour Party, so that will definitely be worth a watch. And we'll be hearing throughout the week from big figures in the Labour Party, from the Shadow Chancellor tomorrow, and then from the leader of the Labour Party in his big set-piece speech on Tuesday. And of course the conference wraps up on Wednesday. What are they going to be trying to get across aside from the new policy announcements? And we'll see a small smattering of those. But really this week will be Labour's big pitch, saying they're ready for government. Last year we saw a lot of factional infighting, a lot of squabbling on the conference floor, votes changing the constitutional setup of the Labour Party, how easy it is or otherwise to deselect members of Parliament and the like. This year, a lot less of that constitutional wrangling and more an attempt for the party to show that it's ready to govern. That's their big challenge over these 4 days here in Liverpool.
Hey, Tom, thank you.
Absolutely. So what is the public's reaction to some of these proposals? And also, of course, the mini-budget that happened only a couple of days ago. Let's talk to one of our lovely GB News viewers. She's Jo Letchford, who joins us from Kent this morning. Hello there, Jo. Hi.
Hi.
Well, before we think about Labour, what did you think of that mini-budget? Did it reach the parts that you wanted it to reach?
Now, I'm still sitting here waiting patiently to hear about us pensioners, because nothing's happened. I'm really, really disappointed in not hearing about the green levy being removed from our energy bills. I listen to the programme all the time, and yesterday all your emails from pensioners was, well, what was that about? Because nothing's happened for us. And I really, really thought this mini-budget was going to, actually make some comments about looking after people that are actually struggling at the moment.
Well, it didn't do that, but what it did do was outline a plan for growth. Now, that's essential, of course.
Yes,
do you believe that plan? In the bigger picture, Stephen, of course, we've got to get back on our feet. I think people, especially Sir Keir Starmer, is forgetting we have just been through COVID. We've spent an awful lot of money propping people up. We could say that was the right thing to do or the wrong thing to do, but now we have to move on. So we've created a lot more debt. Now we're trying to help people now with this debt from COVID. But I think with Starmer, I watched him yesterday saying that the Tories have wasted 12 years. Look at the mess they've made. But, how can he talk about the rich when I actually see him as rich as well? It just doesn't come across as true, really.
So are you a true blue Tory who would never consider voting for Labour, or is there room for manoeuvre?
Yes, to be honest, pre-COVID, I've been on your show several times. I'm a single pensioner. I'm widowed. I've had to look after myself for 25 years. And I was reasonably comfortable. I wasn't sort of pinch pennying. And then Brexit, which I voted for, and then COVID came along, and it has sort of wrecked the economy. And I get that, and we're all in this together. But I'm just disappointed. I didn't want to see Boris go, and I've been criticised for that, but that's how I feel. So I did go for Liz Truss. And I'm just disappointed. I just thought this mini-budget was going to be just, what's happening currently, helping people through the next few months when we start getting huge energy bills, but that seems to have got missed. But I get it. If we're going to try and get the country on its feet, then we're all in this together. So, yeah, but true Tory, yes. But if I just feel now, I certainly wouldn't vote for Keir Starmer. I think that I might change, and I'd like to look. I think that this could shake politics up altogether in the next 2 years. And I think I'd like to see Nigel Farage do what he did 5 years ago, pre-Brexit. He was becoming very, very popular, and Richard Tice. And I think I'd go for reform next. So let's have a change, because it just doesn't seem to be working, does it?
And yet, when you look at what's being outlined at the Labour Party conference this weekend, I mean, they're talking about making the UK a green superpower. Now, you might not like the green agenda necessarily, but they reckon that's going to generate 200,000 jobs by 2030, going to save us all about £500 on our energy bills. I mean, that is a plan for growth and for cheap energy. Is it not worth looking at in more detail?
Yeah, I think so. And that, as I said before, we've got to look at the country in a broader picture, of course. But, you know, he's now pushing this green. You know, I'm all for that. But at the moment, I understand we're paying a quarter of our energy bills on the green levy. I think at the moment we need to suspend that, as Liz Truss did say when she was leading up to becoming Prime Minister, that we could suspend that even for a year, because it would take a quarter off of our bills. So, yes, I think he should go ahead with the green, but at the moment we're not really in a position, you know, I think opening up coal mines again just for the short period of time to get us through all. You know, I mean, we've been through a terrible time the last 3 years, and they seem to have just put that to one side now as if it's never happened.
How are you looking forward to this winter? Are you going to be managing?
Well, exactly that. I have one pension, and I'm very grateful that we're going to get £400. That's been, but then everybody's getting that, and I just feel, and I don't begrudge anybody anything, but I just think, you know, if we're going to try and get the, you know, the coffers right, they're just giving money out to everybody, whether they need it or not, and I just think that. I don't mind, you know, pinch pennying if everybody else is doing it.
No, it's a fair point. Look, Joe, really good to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
And one wonders...
Sorry, I was just going to say, just as a little tip, I've had to cut back on my electricity bill for obvious reasons, and I've done some experiments by reading my meter, you know, and I've found that my old fridge freezer in my kitchen has been eating up the electricity. So anybody that's got any old white goods, it was costing me £5 a week to run a fridge freezer. And I've turned it off because I'm very fortunate I've got another fridge freezer. And so I've saved £5 a week. So anybody out there, start checking what you know, I mean, it's all very well, you can't go out and buy new stuff, but it once they get replaced, but I had no idea that that's where I could make out why my energy bill was so high. So there's a little tip for anybody that can be bothered to have a look.
It is a very good point.
That's a good
point,
yeah.
Joe. Thank you.
Thank you, because I've got two.
Oh, okay.
Because when I used to have a house full of boys, and they were always hungry, I used to do mass cooking and freezing. But actually, one of them is hardly doing anything at all at the moment.
Turn it off.
It's probably just eating electricity.
Yeah.
But if you turn it off, does it go rotten and smelly?
Not if you leave the door open.
Well, you can't leave the door open.
No, but while it's you know, clearing out.
Yeah.
And then you can once it's all properly dry.
Well, and you've really wiped
again.
it through, and then you could close the door and it wouldn't go smelly and horrible.
Yeah.
I think I might do that.
Yeah, I think that's worth doing. Worth pointing out as well, the green levy, because that comes up a lot. The green levy is being suspended But that's part of the energy cap, the £2,500 energy cap. It's part of that deal. So it is being suspended for that period of time, but we're not seeing it sort of directly in the way that perhaps most of us would see. It's being added on to that, so it will make a difference.
And Stephen's not going to switch on his central heating at all, are you?
Not this year. Not doing it.
Well, I wonder how he'll
refuse.
last.
We'll see. I might have to relent at some point. But anyway, it's all about. It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, Joe's a true blue whose allegiance is failing somewhat. What about those places where they've only just voted blue in 2019 for the very first time? And now it's a case of, well, can Labour win them back?
That's right. Well, Sophie Reaper is live for us now at a gym in Lee, and that's a constituency that voted Conservative for the first time ever in 2019. Is the mood changing there, Sophie?
I think it is. When I've been speaking to people this week here in Lee, the mood that people seem to share is that they voted as a constituency for Conservative for the first time back in 2019 because Labour weren't doing as they promised. But now people I've spoken to say now the Conservatives aren't doing as they promised. And Lee's a really interesting case study because, as you said, from the year 1922, they always voted for Labour. Even before that, they voted for the Liberal Party rather than for the Conservatives. But as you say, back in 2019, they turned blue for the very first time. Now, as I say, the people I've spoken to today, they say that the Labour Party weren't delivering, but now the Conservatives aren't delivering. And there's a real sense that what they want is whoever they vote for the next time, they just want someone. There's a desperation for someone who can finally deliver for this small northern town who they keep being promised levelling up, and it just never seems to happen. Now, the Labour Party conference starts in Liverpool today, and it's going to be really interesting to see how they can prove to constituencies in the northwest, such as Lee, but also Bolton North East, Blackpool South. These are places who in the last election voted Conservative for the first time in many years. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they can prove to the people of the northwest that they are the ones who will now deliver in what's a very difficult time. Now, this week I spoke to a lady who owns a hot yoga studio here in Lee, and she has worked out that come the winter, her energy bills are going to have doubled, and as a result she just doesn't know if it's worth continuing to open her doors to the customers. I'm here at the Yard Gym in Lee this morning, and for them the bills are a concern, but not as much as a concern as memberships. Of course, having a membership to a gym is now considered a luxury, although for some people it is the only time of the day they'll get out of the house. But when it comes to choosing between that or feeding your family or heating your home, it's a really big decision. And the lady who owns this gym, Rachel, she told me that a lot of people just aren't in a position to be able to afford a gym membership right now, and as a result their survival as a small business here in Lee has come into question. So the Conservatives and the Labour Party, obviously the Labour Party this weekend at their party conference, they have to prove to these small northern constituencies that they are the ones that are going to deliver for them come the next general election.
OK, Sophie, thank you very much indeed.
Yeah.
It's interesting, isn't it? Stefan's been in touch, and I think you make a really good... I know a lot of MPs.
Oh, yes, I agree.
We've worked with them for years, haven't we? You do get to know them. However, so they won't like me for this, but Stefan says, why again are MPs from all parties having more time off from the job they were elected to do? The country is in a mess. What do they actually do? I know, say the politicians, let's take time off from Parliament and do some backslapping to the faithful. It's all a bit too much. If they're not off on summer recess, Christmas recess, party conference season, what are they paid for? There is no reason in this day and age for this sort of practice.
I sort of know why you feel that.
I think I agree with you.
Yeah.
To be honest, I do.
Alistair says the Labour... I'll read it out now. I've said I will. Alistair Party says the Labour Party will put out rhetorical propaganda, whilst failing to tell people that while they were the government, they failed the nation. But to a certain extent, the Conservatives also have procrastinated on how to govern.
They all do it. I mean, they all do it. They're all guilty of blaming the last government for what's ever going wrong in their government. It happens all the time.
Well, they're even doing it now when they've been in government for 12 years because it was a different Prime Minister with a different cabinet and all the rest of it.
It does get very frustrating.
It does. Surely they should be judged on the last few years, shouldn't they?
Patrick in Birmingham says Labour will never win a majority anytime soon because whatever the Conservatives do or don't do, the majority of people simply don't trust the Labour Party. Well, not according to the polls.
Well,
Patrick.
yes, but how reliable are the polls at the moment, mid-term? On the other hand, there are the really important matters to address, which is from Lynn, from John in Brecon, from David, Stefan and Susan in Harpenden. Stephen, have you bought your air fryer?
No. No, and I'm not going to buy one.
Tell us why.
Tell him why, because the lovely...
Kevin Woodford.
Kevin Woodford. I'm having another senior
Yeah,
moment.
you really need a day off,
I
don't
do
you?
need a day off. Kevin Woodford, celebrity chef, who sometimes does the papers for us, but he was on with Esther and Phil yesterday, and he came. When we went out and they all came in, I said to he was on about air fryers. I said, "Would you have an air fryer, Kevin?" And he said, "No, wouldn't touch one."
And did he say why?
He just said. Well, he also said I wouldn't have a microwave.
Oh.
But he just said, no, wouldn't touch one. You can't cook properly in an air
but you see,
fryer.
these brilliant chefs, I lived a couple of weeks with Ainsley Harriott in Spain. We did a programme, right?
Oh, right.
There were
Glad
five
you
of us.
clarified that.
Yeah, it was a TV programme.
Oh, I see.
But every day we would go out filming, and frankly, it was wonderful, but very, very tiring, and we'd all come in. There were five of us, so-called celebrities, and... we'd come in, and Ainsley would walk into the kitchen, look and see what was in the fridge, and he could take, a pork pie, an orange, and a carrot, and he would just go, and he'd serve a meal up for us, just like that. Honestly, in about 2 or 3 minutes. I don't know how he did it. And he loved cooking, but he liked cooking with the basic things, the pan, the olive oil, a few chopped up things. And I think if you're that talented at cooking, maybe you don't need a microwave or an air fryer.
Yeah.
But I got a message very early on this morning, it was yesterday, from John, who said to the GBNews team, "Good morning, Anne and Stephen. Following on from yesterday when you read out my email, he was the one who said he was going out to buy one. You will be pleased to know, mission accomplished. You just need to learn 50 languages to understand the instructions."
Oh, well, there you go. Well, let us know how you get on with it, John.
Air fryers turned out to be this big deal, and I'm still very, very curious as to whether I should have one.
Yes. Kevin Woodford
says not, but he's a chef.
Cold water on my ardour yesterday.
He's a chef.
So there you go. Anyway, Jean's been in touch. Morning, Jean. And she sent us a picture of Warkworth Beach, looking over to Coquette Island in Amble. Oh, look at that. The sky's absolutely orange.
Roasting hot, isn't it? It looks absolutely beautiful shot. And Sarah, without an H, says, that's another one. She said, I caught this a few nights ago from my back garden in Swindon. And once again, it's just one of those lovely things where the foreground has these beautiful trees or hedges outlined in silhouette against a roasting sunset. Looks wonderful.
Absolutely gorgeous. Phil says this is the Sovereign Harbour in Eastbourne. Sunset over the loch.
Do you know that almost looks Danish or...
It does look very Danish
Norwegian.
or Swedish or something.
Yeah, doesn't it? Absolutely beautiful.
Absolutely lovely.
And Jason says, morning both. I'm always up early on the farm. Red sky in the morning, shepherd's warning. Red sky in the morning, shepherd's warning, yes. Red sky at night, shepherd's delight, isn't it?
Oh, that's a lovely shot. Lovely shot. Richard says, early morning in the Yorkshire Dales.
Yet another dramatically coloured photograph.
I mean, half of these, you could turn them into... If Athena still existed, you could turn them into posters and sell them in Athena.
Well, you could upload them now onto those thingies and have them made into like a canvas print.
Oh, yeah. And that's absolutely
I mean, that is just so beautiful.
Stunning.
And what's lovely about it is that you took the photograph and it's of where you love and know.
But it's the purples and the pinks and just unbelievable. And Clifford, here we go, see what Clifford's got for us. Oh, look, that's very... I love that. It's our autumn view whilst enjoying our morning coffee, watching you both on the TV. This is Clanafan in Powys, one of the nearby neighbours being Miss Charlotte Church, who we mentioned
that's
yesterday.
near where you are.
And it's just... I tell you what I love about stuff like that is when you've got the mist in the
You've got the mist like a blanket in between the tree lines.
Yeah.
I love that. And the sheep out. Well.
Absolutely gorgeous.
That is such a beautiful scene.
Oh, say hello to Charlotte Church for us.
Yes,
if you see her.
Charlotte Church, we were talking about yesterday, she's bought Laura Ashley's old house and is trying to turn it into an eco-retreat.
And it's not working. She's run out of money.
Yeah, well, I think so.
Dear me.
Anyway,
it looks like a lovely part of the world.
It does, doesn't it? Well, that'd be nice for a few days' break.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah. Anyway, more to come. We've got the latest on the situation in Ukraine for you. All the very latest details in a couple of minutes. We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
To each and every one of you.
For helping our great nation
Find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Across England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland.
On TV,
On radio and online.
We're proud to be the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flop at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness, brilliant. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News. (9:27) morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Now, more than 700 people were arrested in the latest Russian protests against Putin's military call-up.
Well, meanwhile, Russia has passed a new law tightening sentences for troops who refuse to fight, desert, disobey or surrender to the enemy. They could face jail time now of 10 years.
Well, joining us now is Con Coughlin, who's the Defence and Foreign Affairs editor of the Daily Telegraph. A very good morning to you. Isn't this an interesting move? It really does look. We were wondering when we heard reports that they were having trouble recruiting recruits in Russia, but this is clearly proof that they're having a big problem there.
Yes, Anne. Well, good morning to you. I mean, the bottom line is this is a war that no Russian wants to fight, apart from a few ultra-nationalist armchair generals who support Vladimir Putin. And the war is going very badly for the Kremlin. On top of the measures that you just mentioned, Putin has also sacked one of the senior generals responsible for prosecuting this war. So, I mean, things are going very, very badly. And the mobilization call that he announced last week has gone down very badly with the Russian people. You've seen this mass exodus of young people trying to leave the country, voting with their feet, you might say. You've seen the mass demonstrations. So, I mean, you almost feel that the whole Putin era is starting to collapse.
Make him more dangerous.
Well, that's the concern, Stephen. And of course, you know, whenever he's in trouble, and we've seen this since the start of the conflict back in February this year, whenever he feels under pressure, he starts talking about Russia's nuclear arsenal. And let us not forget that Russia does have the world's largest nuclear weapons arsenal. But there are constraints on that. Putin himself does not solely control these weapons. There's a whole structure in the security infrastructure in Russia and the Russian Federation that is involved with any decision-making on the use of nuclear weapons. And again, we've heard this week that the Biden administration has been sending coded messages through to the Kremlin saying, if you go anywhere near your nuclear arsenal with regard to the Ukraine conflict, there will be consequences. So, I think this is just an enormous game of bluff by Putin to save his skin. But yes, you're right, Stephen. He is cornered, and a cornered guy is a dangerous guy.
I mean, it's dangerous all round, isn't it? Because meanwhile, the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, is saying to those who are living in those areas that Russia now claims are, frankly, Russian, to the Ukrainians, if they get conscripted, if they are forced to join up and join the Russian forces, they should do so, but sabotage from within.
Well, that's quite a neat idea. As I said at the start, I mean, this is a war that no Russians want to fight, which is why they're doing so badly. We've seen the images around Kharkiv of Russian soldiers deserting their positions, deserting state-of-the-art tanks. I mean, this is a complete rout. And you can mobilise people, you can give them 2 weeks basic training and send them down the line as cannon fodder, but they can still refuse to pick up their guns. And the other thing Zelensky said is, why don't you defect? Come to Ukraine, we'll look after you. And we all know that Ukraine and Russia have very close family and cultural links. So a lot of these Russian soldiers, they do in Putin's Russia.
Do you think, in terms of what we're seeing within Russia at the moment and the number of protests that have been taking place, is there enough dissent growing that it could have an impact on what Putin is able to do?
I think the answer to that, Stephen, is yes. I think there comes a point where even when you have state-controlled media, state-controlled newspapers, you've crushed all the opposition, the message still gets through. And clearly, the fact that all these young Russians are fleeing the country the moment the mobilization is announced is they know the war is not going well. They know that this is an unjust war, that their president is losing the plot. And this will filter through. I think the key thing to watch myself is how the oligarchs respond. The oligarchs control a lot of Russia's wealth. They are allowed to be very wealthy by Putin so long as they support him. But they are losing a fortune. We've seen Roman Abramovich get involved with the negotiations last week to get the British captives released. Well, he's doing that because he's lost so much money, as have all the other oligarchs. And there will come a point where they say, well, this, even though this guy is ruthless and we might end up in Siberia or worse, falling out a hospital window, seems to be the favoured treatment for dissidents at the moment in Moscow. But there will come a point when the people with influence inside the Kremlin will turn on him. And this is why whenever you see him now, he's at a very long table, sitting a very long way away from anybody else.
How could it end? Even if it did, and hopefully it would end with Ukraine winning and Russia having to back off, how would that look? How would it be for Putin or anyone else in the Kremlin?
Well, I think Russia is facing a very long winter in the diplomatic wilderness because they're not going to win this war, Anne. That's number one. They cannot win this war. So the question now is how much territory, how many gains do the Ukrainians make before the war ends? Well, the war could drag on for a very long time. There are wars all over the world that have been going on for years. Just look at Yemen, for example, or something like that. So, I mean, there's no immediate prospect of the war ending. But as I said, Russia can't win. When it is over, there are going to be war crimes allegations against Putin, the people around Putin, the senior members of the Russian military, and the economic isolation of Russia will continue for a very long time. Nobody's going to want to buy its oil or its gas. The only customers will be countries like China and India, which will buy it on the cheap. So Russia's going to be bankrupt. So my fear, though, and this is something that Kremlinologists are watching very closely, that if Putin does go, that one fear is that you get another ultra-nationalist Russian hardman running the country and not a freedom-loving Democrat that the West would like to see in power in Russia.
Fascinating stuff. It's always good to talk to you, Con. Thank you very much indeed.
Pleasure.
Yes, they always say be careful what you wish for because it can get worse, can't you?
It can. Isn't it interesting? And Con Coughlin always is one of those great people that just explains it.
Yes, and you do need it explained, don't you?
It's very confusing.
Can I just say a very quick hello to Amanda in Faversham. Hi, Amanda. She said, I really wanted to let you both know, Stephen and Andy, you have helped heal me.
Oh.
I'm suffering a breakdown and I'm unable to work for 8 weeks. I set my alarm to get up and watch you on your days. You two are like a hug. Thank you.
Oh, Amanda, what a lovely message.
The Norwegians have a lovely word for that, because I regularly write to somebody who's Norwegian.
Oh, the
she
hug.
says hygge.
Hygge.
Hygge. It's Hygge, I think. But their concept is if you can't physically hug somebody, you can emotionally hug somebody by reaching out and hugging, and it's called a hygge.
Well, hygge to you, Amanda.
Oh, I hope I've got the word right.
Yeah, I hope you got it right. It doesn't mean something awful.
Yeah, no, I don't think it means anything awful.
But you take it steady, take it easy, and know that you are cared for, and, you know, try not to worry too much. And we'll be here every Friday, Saturday and Sunday, at least, if not other times as well.
Yeah.
Don't go anywhere, though. We've got plenty more to come for you, including all the sport and showbiz with Aidan and Stephanie.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
to each and every one of you
for helping our great nation
find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Across England, Scotland,
On TV,
On radio.
and online.
We're proud to be the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flock at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness, and then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
Now, here's something which is exciting a lot of people. This used to happen all the time, but obviously with cars it's changed, so now it's just like a once-a-year event. The streets of London will have sheep on them today. It's a strange tradition that dates back to medieval times.
Yeah, they're part of the annual Sheep Drive and Livery Fair, organised apparently by London's oldest livery company.
Well, let's talk to the Lord Mayor of London, who joins us now. Very good morning to you. Oh, and there's two of you.
Two? Hello, good morning.
Who knew?
Good. Good morning to you.
Hello,
yes.
good morning.
Where are the sheep?
I'm here, I'm the Lord Mayor, Vincent, but I'm with the master of the Woolman's Livery Company, Peter Heller, as well. So you've got two for the price of one this morning.
And you look wonderful. You're absolutely resplendent today. There are no sheep around, so things haven't got going yet.
Should be proud. Well, the sheep are here. The sheep are actually being taken over the bridge at the moment to make sure that they're settled and ready for the crowds to arrive. I think, Peter, we've got about 1,000 people today.
During the day, there'll be 1,000 people driving sheep over the bridge, commemorating the celebration of freemen of the City of London with the right to drive sheep over the bridge. We're doing it for charity. We're doing it to support the Lord Mayor and the Worshipful Company of Woolman. And it's lovely to be able to just join you as you watch what's happening on London Bridge. It's a bit special today.
It's extraordinary. Why do we keep up with these very old traditions?
Well, one of the main role of Lord Mayor these days is as ambassador for our financial and professional services industry. And I've just come back. I've just got back last night from 3 days in India promoting that fantastic industry we have here in London. But one of the things that makes London such a great place for people to come and to do business is the fact that we've got all of this culture and the traditions, our history. It makes my job as Lord Mayor so much easier as I'm travelling the world. And I talk about our history as a platform on which we can promote London, promote the UK. And I think we're doing it pretty well. And this is a wonderful example of that. Reminding us, of course, as well, that wool was the bedrock of the English economy for hundreds and hundreds of years. And the sheep that crossed London Bridge, they were really valuable over the centuries. So it's a great reminder of London's central place in the economy of the United Kingdom over those centuries.
I've always heard that if you were given the freedom of the City of London, you got the right to drive your sheep over the bridge. But I always sort of frankly doubted that it was true. But you're telling me that is true. It goes with being made a freeman or a free woman.
That's right. Certainly is true. Absolutely.
And it wasn't just, of course, it wasn't just sheep. It was cattle, pigs. The real point about it is that as a freeman, you were able to drive your sheep or your whatever it was over London Bridge without paying a toll. So that was a really valuable right in the medieval period, in the Middle Ages. That was a tremendously valuable concession to the freemen of the City of London, and that's why we continue to. That's why it's because the sheep came over in greater numbers than anything else, and today people think of that right as a right associated with sheep. But it was in fact something that was associated with all sorts of cattle down the centuries. But here. It's, as I say, the sheep being the bedrock of the English economy. It's fantastic that we continue to remember that and celebrate it for a great charitable cause as well.
And I mean, we're reenacting it so that people know the importance of wool. Wool fibre is just stunningly important in order that we keep warm, that it's biodegradable, that it's sustainable, and we are supported in doing this remarkable event by the Campaign for Wool, whose patron is King Charles III. So we're embedded in the way actually we think in this country and have the importance of wool very much in our minds.
Full circle. That's lovely to hear, because I was just thinking what American tourists must make of you. They've just seen all of the pageantry, all of the very solemn pageantry of the royal funeral, and if they're still in London walking around today, they're going to see you and the sheep. And they must wonder. They must wonder sometimes. It's lovely to see you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh,
Doff your
lovely.
hat. Thank you.
Lovely, very nice too. Wool. I love wool.
Yes, yes.
It is such a lovely thing.
I've always understood about the thing about getting the freedom of the City of London. You could drive your sheep, and I'm pretty sure people told me that wasn't true.
Well, now you know.
It is. Isn't that lovely?
So if you ever get it, you'll have to buy a sheep.
I will.
You can take it
Borrow
across.
one from somebody.
There you go. Lovely, nice stuff. Now, time for the sport and the showbiz with Stephanie Tetchy and Aidan McGee. Good morning, both.
Morning.
Have you two been having a bit of a boxing match backstage?
No, we've been talking sports. We've been talking about where it's gone all wrong for England recently, for the football team.
I know. Well, Gareth Southgate has come out fighting overnight, saying that he's the man to lead the England side into the World Cup. Now, it doesn't make a lot of sense, actually, to start making changes now. The World Cup is, 7 weeks away. I do believe as well, we discussed this earlier, Anne, didn't we, how Germany at home at Wembley on a Monday night, last game before...
Would be such a win, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there's a bit of a gap between then, the last friendly and the World Cup. 7 weeks is quite a long time. Then the first game is November 21st against Iran. However, if they were able to win tomorrow night, then a lot of these problems would go away. Don't get me wrong, they've lost form at exactly the wrong time, and the trajectory over the last 5 years has been outstanding. I mean, I haven't seen, semi-final appearance back in 2018, not that hadn't happened since Italia 90. You had the final in the summer of 2021, which was Euro 2020, postponed from COVID, obviously. That hadn't happened since we got to the final in 1966. So it's been generally good progress, but football's a very fickle game. You lose a few games, suddenly they're on about. He got booed and a little bit abused by the away fans the other day.
That's what I don't like about football, is like if you do have a bit of a losing streak, then they're like, get rid of the manager.
I know. It's
one of the players get it, and it's
not helped by social media.
No, not at all.
That's exacerbated the problem. It was always
you get
quite
sort
bad.
of social media campaigns against him.
I think,
get rid of him because he's not delivering.
Organisations are very sensitive and hypersensitive, I would argue, against social media strain. You can argue that about any organisation. Political parties are the same. You know, I'm convinced that the majority of the country didn't necessarily want to get rid of Boris Johnson, but I think the Tories probably looked at their social media and saw the backlash against him and thought they better do something. But
it gives you a very skewed.
It does, because 80% of the whole entire country are not on Twitter.
No, that's right.
And Twitter is not real life.
But there is something when we're about to face the Germans. There's always this tension where you're thinking.
Yeah, that's why it's ideal fixture. If you don't want to pick, tomorrow, they could win against a smaller nation, a lower-ranked nation. It wouldn't necessarily get rid of all the Blues, but a win against Germany, it might actually put us into a false position, a false sense of security, if you like. But I do think England will get through the group. I don't think that's a problem. It doesn't make any sense getting rid of them, imagine.
What time's the match tomorrow?
It's 8 o'clock. 7:45, sorry.
Right, 7:45 in the evening.
In the evening. You're going to watch
it? on ITV?
I don't know if I can stay up.
7:45, no.
I missed the tennis because I couldn't stay up late enough.
So about Sir Elton John.
Yes.
He's been left flabbergasted.
He has, and that never happens with Sir Elton John. He's currently on his farewell tour, which is going to be 3 years, basically the long goodbye.
A three-year farewell tour.
Yeah, he doesn't do things by halves. But his latest stop was at the South Lawn on the White House, where he performed for over 2,000 guests, including President Joe Biden. And the reason why he was left flabbergasted is because he was awarded with the National Humanities Medal. So the reason why he received this is for moving our souls with his powerful voice and one of the defining songbooks of all time, which really touched his heart when he received that from President Joe Biden. Joe Biden's also been a fan of Sir Elton John, especially one of his songs, Crocodile Rock. He said he performed to his son, Boo, who...
It's Bo, isn't it?
Bo,
he said he sang it. He sang Crocodile Rock to his son Bo when he was a child, and again when he sadly died of cancer.
So I think it was a touching moment for him.
One of their bonding songs.
Back in when Donald Trump was getting inaugurated, he refused to perform. So obviously he was singing a different tune for Joe Biden on the Friday.
Oh, well, no, look.
He is the most amazing national treasure.
He is.
Elton John, isn't he?
I think so.
I don't think he should retire. I think he should just keep on singing.
Oh, there's David up there as well.
Yeah.
I know David a little bit. I've met David a few times.
Yeah, David's probably saying to him, no, retire. Keep it up now.
What's he like, Stephen?
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. I met him at an event in Number 10 back in 2010 was the first time I met him. And he used to say, Elton's a big fan. You say, is he really? I've never had an invite.
No.
Never had an invite. Mind you, I don't know if I'd want to go to one of those parties. They all seem very extravagant. They're very extravagant, aren't they? I'm not an extravagant sort of man.
I'll make it happen.
Stay long.
I'll make it happen.
You don't have to stay long, just enjoy it.
Schmooze.
I'm a quiet cup of tea and a scone sort of man.
Just bring the scones with you.
Elton John doesn't like lettuce. He's more a rocket man.
Out. Just terrible.
Every week. And he never fails. He always has something to come up.
Oh, no, I know.
And I was actually believing I was like, he doesn't like lettuce.
It's all about delivery.
Don't tell anyone, because I think I'll use that one occasionally.
Oh, yeah, it's quite a good one.
My material.
I'll write it down.
Quite a good one. What about the boxing last night, Aidan?
Yeah, really good tear-up, actually. It was really good. We might be seeing the emergence of a new British contender. We've seen Anthony Joshua fall off his pedestal in the last year or so. 2 consecutive defeats against Alexander Usyk in the last year now it is. But last night, Joe Joyce against Joseph Parker. Joe Joyce, a bit of a late starter, 37 years old, the interim champion right now. But yeah, he went to 11 rounds, knocked out Joseph Parker, who's a steady New Zealand opponent. He's been in the ring with Derek Chisora, Anthony Joshua, Dillian Whyte as well. He's had varying degrees of success, but he has been a world champion. He's only 30, and so Joe Joyce, we mentioned that granite chin earlier on. He took some real fierce knocks last night from Joseph Parker and withstood it. And I think my prediction now is that he will become away from Tyson Fury. I think he'll become the leading kind of British contender. I think it's a matter of time, provided Tyson Fury survives the upcoming tests against Anthony Joshua, possibly Usyk as well. I think you'll see him fight Joe Joyce. He's from Putney. He's got an interest in art. He's a painter.
I know. Isn't it nice when you hear a bit of a backstory to something?
Yeah.
Suddenly, I'm more interested in him because he's a painter.
Yeah.
And you think, oh, that's interesting. You know,
that's what
two
he was doing
very
in his
different
20s.
things. He's boxing and he's painting, and that's sort of so different.
He was doing that in his 20s, which is why probably explains why his boxing career started a bit later.
Yeah.
So he was an Olympic medalist in Rio.
I remember.
Rio 2016, wasn't it? So it's great.
You like a boxer, don't you?
But the average age of a boxer has gone markedly up.
I was going to say that
years.
because
Mike Tyson was winning titles at 23, 24, and now you're seeing. I mean, Joshua's in his 30s. Tyson Fury's in his 30s, and there's no sign of those two ending their career anytime soon.
No.
Joe Joyce has been quite underrated, though, for quite a few years.
Yes, he has.
Until he had his moment at the Olympics.
That's only his 15th professional fight.
Yeah.
So you're talking about someone who's still taking early steps here. But yeah, watch out. Watch out. I wasn't sure about him. Some of these fights are overhyped, but it was a really good clear up last night. Like a slugfest.
Oh.
I like a bit of that. Netflix. Now, isn't it weird? Do you know what? I find it very, very strange that we are all drawn to the grimmest of things at times.
Yeah.
The Jeffrey Dahmer Netflix series, I started it last night.
Yeah.
And it's amazing. But it's so horrific.
Yeah.
But it's an amazing
Just
show.
in case people don't know, I mean, he's famous now.
Yeah.
Serial killer. Yeah. Absolutely terrible, terrible killer. But his story is, I guess, interesting, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, just to sort of relive what he actually did.
A lot of people have been binge-watching this series. So obviously it's based on Jeffrey Dahmer, who was a Milwaukee serial killer who murdered 17 people between 1978 and 1991, and a majority of them were young, gay, African-Americans. And so while people have been gripped to watching it, it seems the LGBTQ community haven't been happy with this. So they've been up in arms because Netflix had tagged it as a LGBTQ series, and a lot of the community have been saying, this is not how we want to be represented. So Netflix has been forced to take off that tag off and just keep it as a crime.
Why did they put the tag on in the first place?
It's a bit odd.
Yeah, so this is what people haven't been happy about.
If they put a tag on, does this mean this is of special interest to your...
It means you can, if you search, if you search for like crime or whatever, it'll bring up a...
that's
bit like a hashtag sort of thing.
Yeah, and so a lot of people were criticising Netflix because it was like, yeah, we want representation on Netflix, but not on these kind of series. Keep it to crime. So they were forced and they had to backtrack and just keep it as a crime tag on that. But people have been, in a weird, twisted way, been enjoying watching this series.
Oh, it's fascinating.
Oh, they're
absolutely
well. Anything about
true crime is very big at the moment, isn't it? I mean, I must say, I like. For some reason, I like murder mysteries.
Oh, yeah.
I like a bit of true crime, not if it's too gory, though. This sounds a bit chilling.
There's some fascinating cases going back that I didn't even know about. I mean, there was I can't remember the name of the guy. There was a rapist operating around sort of southeast London for probably 20-odd years. It took years and years to find him. I didn't know the story, and I looked at where the flashpoints of where everything happened. Most of them were within about 5-6 miles of where I live. It was incredible. But that stuff I wouldn't have watched. I watched it in lockdown. I probably wouldn't have watched it otherwise.
Well, I think this is the success of Netflix, because they keep on getting all these stories that we don't know about and bringing it to life on TV, and it's kind of educational in a way.
I like true crime things if it's got a conclusion. I don't like watching one where they say it's a mystery and it's been unsolved.
Oh, yes.
I really can't get invest in it. I need if it's a crime, I need there to be a resolution. The good guys to find them, and there actually be some sort of a...
You'd have been a good copper. You'd have seen a case through to its conclusion.
I wouldn't have the guts, but yes, I do like to see a case right through to its conclusion.
It's brilliantly acted, this. I mean, the cast
is it Ryan Murphy? Is that his name?
I don't know.
But I'm going to watch it. I'm going to get into it. I've been given a list of stuff to watch on Netflix.
Yeah,
so
it is.
It'll be one of those Sundays we'll do.
So I'm looking for something new to binge on.
Oh, are you?
Over the next 4 or 5 days, yeah.
Oh, right. Bosch. I've told you about Bosch.
Yes, you did tell me about Bosch. I haven't looked at that yet.
Yeah, Bosch.
England, Germany tomorrow.
That's Prime. It's on Prime. Hey, what?
England, Germany tomorrow night. Don't forget.
Yes. So I'll have a nap in the afternoon.
Have you gone up on the Labour Cup?
No. I went to try and find it. I couldn't find any form of having it recorded and being played out again.
Okay, yeah.
It must be somewhere.
Yeah, you'll find it on Twitter.
But so instead, I watched endless hours of Roger Federer crying.
Oh, did you?
And the after interview and everything like that. It was beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, was it?
He was so lovely.
I'm going to miss him and Serena on the court.
We will. There are a lot of big characters to miss, but maybe they give way.
I was going to say it makes room for new talent, doesn't it?
He even said yesterday, take your millions and sling your hook, basically.
Yeah, he had no sympathy for them yesterday.
I don't really. Is that awful? Because actually, I can be quite a sensitive person.
He's lost it recently.
Sometimes I just don't care. I'm just like, I don't care.
We were talking earlier to Amanda about hygge. The concept. Apparently, I've just been making sure I did say the right word, because she said watching us is like a hug, which is really complimentary. Thank you so much. But apparently, yes, a hygge it's Danish, but also Old Norwegian, and it means creating a warm atmosphere and enjoying the good things in life with good people. The warm glow of candlelight is hygge. Cozying up with a loved one for a movie, that's hygge too. And there's nothing more hygge than sitting around with friends and family discussing the big and small things in life, and maybe that's the route to happiness. So saying we're a bit like a hygge is, well, that's what we want to be.
It is what we want to be, and it's lovely. It's lovely.
It could almost be a mission statement, couldn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it should be. It absolutely should be. A lot of people get in touch and say it's like sort of having a couple of old friends in the house, and that's what it should be about.
I'm feeling all Christmassy in September.
Well, it's because you're wearing that outfit.
I look like Santa Claus today.
You do like Santa Claus. It's fabulous.
Is that the next thing we're looking forward to now, Christmas? Oh, my goodness.
Honestly, it's coming round too quickly for me.
It is, really.
I'm looking forward to it, but it's just so quick. We've only just finished last Christmas. I've only just organised Christmas dinner, and I've got to do it again.
Yeah.
Anyway, there you go.
Year coming round. It is nice. It's very comforting.
That is it from our little family this morning. Thank you both very much indeed. We'll be back on Friday.
We will.
If
Until
not
then,
before.
Happy hygge. Looking ahead to today's weather, and the UK is looking like this. Dry with sunny spells for many, but turning cloudier and windier from the northwest. Taking a look at the details.
Southwest England having a fine day. Sunny spells, longer sunny intervals, winds light, temperatures with highs of 18 Celsius.
For southeast England, Sunday will remain dry with sunny spells and light winds. Here too, temperatures will hit highs of 18 in the afternoon.
Plenty of dry weather for South Wales through the morning and afternoon. A few showers possibly affecting the far west. Highs there of about 17.
A chilly start for some in the Midlands, but staying dry with sunny spells. And there will be more cloud during the afternoon, but winds will stay light with highs of 15 or 16.
Now for the northeast of England, a dry day with sunny spells, light winds, but it will turn a little bit breezier by the late afternoon. Highs of, 13 to 16.
And a cloudy day for southern Scotland with a few light showers in the west. Winds will be light through the morning, but freshen up for the afternoon. Highs of 14 there.
Northern Ireland seeing sunny spells to start with, but it will become cloudier through the morning. Some light showers and fresher winds for the afternoon. Highs of 15 Celsius.
Rain and stronger winds will sink southwards across the north of the UK through the rest of the day. And that's your weather.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
to each and every one of you
for helping our great nation
find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Across England, Scotland,
Wales and Northern Ireland.
On TV,
on radio and online.
We're proud to be
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
On the mark.